Hare Krishna, reading of Srila Prabhupada Lilamrta, chapter 17. Sometimes Prabhupada would meet one of his new friends on the street. Jan, Michael's girlfriend, met him on the several occasions as he was out walking. Jan, I would see him in the midst of this potpourri of people down there, walking down the street. He always had an umbrella, and he would always have such a serene look on his face. He would just be taking his afternoon jaunts, walking along, sometimes stepping over the drunks. And I would always get sort of nervous when I would meet him. Are you chanting? And I would say, sometimes. And then he would say, that's a good girl. Sitting cross-legged, his back to the shelf with his assortment of potted plants, I apologize. A whitish chadra wrapped in wide, loose folds across the body. Prabhupada looked grave, almost sorrowful. The picture and accompanying article appeared in the June issue of the Village Voice. The article read, "The meeting of the mystical West and practical East comes alive in the curious contrast between A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami and his American disciples. The Swami, a cultivated man of 70, with a distinguished education, is here for a year to preach his gospel of peace, goodwill, nearness to God, and more practically, to raise money for his American church. Like his teachings, the Swami is sensible and direct. His main teaching is that mankind may come closer to God by reciting his holy name. Despite the fact that the Swami came to America to seek out the root of godless materialism, a disease, he said, that has already enveloped India, he is a realistic man. If there is any place on earth with money to build a temple, it is here. The Swami wishes to found an American International Society for Krishna Consciousness, which will be open for anyone, including women. The article had been written by Howard Smith. He had first heard of the Swami by a phone call from a contact who had told him of an interesting holy man from India living in a loft in the Bowery. Go there anytime, Howard's contact had told him. He's always there. I think you will find it fascinating. I believe he's about to start a major religious movement. Howard Smith. So I went down there and I went upstairs into this very funky artist's loft. There were carpets all over the place, old and worn out, and a lot of people sitting around in various kinds of hippie garb, plus what I think they must have thought was an Indian garb. Most of them were sitting alone around the room, facing the wall, like they had nothing to do with each other. They were sitting cross-legged, and each one seemed to be doing something different. Nobody paid any attention to me when I walked in. I saw shoes lined up, and I thought maybe I'm supposed to take off my shoes, but nobody said anything to me. So I walked around the edge of the carpet looking for somebody to pay attention to me. I wondered what was going on, and I didn't want to interrupt anybody because they all seemed deep into whatever kind of prayers they were doing. In the back of the loft, I noticed a little curtain, an Indian madras type of curtain, and so I decided I'd peer into that area. I looked in, and there was Swami Bhaktivedanta, sitting there cross-legged in saffron garments, with the markings on his forehead and nose, and his hand in the bead bag. Even though he looked like the real thing, he seemed more approachable. And I said, hello, and he looked up. I said, Swami Bhaktivedanta, and he said, yes. I said, I'm Howard Smith. I was expecting to sit down. So I said, excuse me, I have to take my shoes. And he said, why do you want to take off your shoes? I said, I don't know. I saw all the shoes out there. And he said, I didn't ask you to take your shoes off. I said, what are all these people out there doing? And he said, I don't know. And they don't know what they're doing. I'm trying to teach them, and they seem to be misunderstanding me. They're very confused people. Then we sat and talked, and I liked him a lot right away. I mean, I'd met a lot of other swamis, and I didn't like them too much. And I did not think it's fair to lump them all together and say, those swamis in India, because he was very, very basic. And that's what I seemed to like about him. He not only made me feel at ease, but he seemed very open and honest, like he asked my advice on things. He was very new in the country. I thought that his ideas stood a good chance of taking hold because he seemed so practical. His head didn't seem in the clouds. He wasn't talking mysticisms every third word. I guess that is where his soul was at, but that isn't where his normal conversational consciousness was at. Then he said several people had told him that the voice would be a very good place to be written up, and that basically it would reach the kind of people who already perhaps had a learning or interest in what he was preaching. And I said that I thought he was correct. He asked me if I had read any books or knew anything about Indian culture. And I said, no, I did not really. We talked a little, and he explained to me that he had these books in English, and had already translated in India. And he handed those to me and said, if you want more background, you can read these. It was obvious to me that I was not talking to some fellow who had just decided that he had seen God and was going to tell people about it. He seemed to be an educated man, much more than myself, actually, and I liked his humbleness. I just plain liked the guy. He explained everything I wanted to know, the significance of what he was wearing, the mark on his forehead, the bead bag, and I liked all his explanations. Everything was very practical. Then he talked about temples all over the world, and he said, well, you have got a long way to go, but I'm very patient. Prabhupada had go for what the Voice article had referred to as his American church. There was little in his lectures and kirtanas, and at least he was acquiring a small regular following. But from India, there was no hope. He had continued corresponding with Somati Morarji, his godbrothers, and the Indian central government, but their replies had not been encouraging. In the face that Padampat Singhana would agree to his plans for Krishna temple in Manhattan and finance its construction, Prabhupada had petitioned New Delhi to sanction the release of foreign exchange. He had written to the Reserve Bank of India in New Delhi. I want to establish this cultural center, and for this I wish to get some exchange from India. I think there are good prospects all over the world for propagating the culture of how to love God in these days of forgetfulness. A month later, the Indian bank had advised him to resubmit his request through the Indian embassy in Washington to the finance minister of the Indian central government. Prabhupada had complied, and another month had passed with no word from the government. One of his godbrothers had written that Swamiji should come back to India and work personally to get the government's sanction, but Prabhupada didn't want to leave America now. He wrote to Sumati Morarji, I'm trying to avoid the journey to India and again coming back, especially for the reason that I am holding at the above address classes thrice a week and training some American youth in the matter of Sankirtan and devotional service to the Lord. Some of them are taking the lessons very sincerely, and in the future they may be very good Vaishnavas according to the rigid standards. One day, a curious, unsolicited correspondent wrote to Prabhupada from India. His name was Mukti Brahmachari, introducing himself as a disciple of one of the Prabhupada's godbrothers and reminding Prabhupada of their past slight acquaintance. Mukti wrote of his eagerness to join Prabhupada in America. Certainly, Prabhupada still had hopes for getting assistance from his godbrothers in India. This mission is not simply one man's work. Therefore, he invited Mukti to come to America and asked him to request his guru to cooperate by working personally to secure government sanction to the release of the foreign exchange. Mukti wrote back, reaffirming his eagerness, but expressing doubt that his spiritual master would give him permission. Mukti thought he should first come to the United States and then request his spiritual master's help. Prabhupada was annoyed and he sent an immediate reply. Is preaching in America my private business? Srila Prabhupada Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati wanted to construct some temples in foreign countries as preaching centers of the message of Srila Rupa Raghunath. And I am trying to do this in this part of the world. The money is ready and the opportunity is open. If by seeing the finance minister, this work can be facilitated, why should we wait because you cannot talk with your Guru Maharaj about cooperation because you are afraid your journey will be cancelled? Please do not think in that way. Take everything as Srila Bhaktisiddhanta or Saraswati Prabhupada's work and try to do the needful. Do not think for a moment that my interest is different from that of your Guru Maharaj. We are executing the will of Srila Prabhupada according to our own capacity. A combined effort would have been far better. Srila Rupa Goswami and Srila Raghunath Dasa Goswami were two leading disciples of Lord Chaitanya in the 16th century. Mukti submitted the entire proposal before his spiritual master, who, as Mukti predicted, cancelled the trip. Although Mukti's guru was Srila Prabhupada's godbrother, he did not want to be involved, and he doubted that Prabhupada would actually get a donation from Padampad Singhania. And now Mukti Brahmachari also doubted. If your program is not bona fide, the approach to a big personality will be ludicrous, or no doubt. On the same day that Prabhupada received the ludicrous letter, he also received the final blow of non-cooperation from Indian government. Second Secretary Prakash Shah of the Indian Embassy in Washington, D.C. wrote, due to existing conditions of foreign exchange stringency, it is not possible for the government of India to accede your request for release of foreign exchange. You may perhaps like to raise the funds from residents in America. It was confirmed Prabhupada would have to work without outside help. He would continue alone in New York City. His last letter to Mukti Brahmachari reveals his deep faith and determination. So that controversy is now closed and there is no need of help from anyone else. We are not always successful in our attempts at preaching work, but such failures are certainly not ludicrous. In the absolute field, both success and failure are glorious. Even Lord Nityananda pretended to be a failure at converting Jagai and Madai in the first attempt. Rather, he was personally injured in such an attempt. But that was certainly not ludicrous. The whole thing was transcendental, and it was glorious for all parties concerned. If Krishna consciousness were ever to take hold in America, it would have to be without assistance from the Indian government or Indian financiers. Not even a lone Indian brahmachari would join him. Krishna was revealing his plan to Prabhupada in a different way. With the Singhania sanction schemes finished and behind him, Prabhupada would turn all his energy toward the young men and women coming to him in his Bowery loft. He wrote to Sumati Morarji. I'm now trying to incorporate one corporation of the local friends and admirers under the name International Society of Krishna Consciousness, Incorporated. Of all his friends and admirers, Prabhupada gave his roommate, David Allen, the most personal attention and training. He felt he was giving David a special chance to become America's first genuine Vaishnava. Prabhupada would eventually return to India and he wanted to take David to Vrindavana. He would show him temple worship and train him for future preaching in the West. He had requested Sumati Morarji to provide free passage for David as well as for himself. You will be pleased to see this American boy. He's coming of a good family and his sincere soul to his line of culture. There are others also in the class, and I'm holding it here, but I wish to take this with me, only one of them. I'm very glad to say, Prabhupada said one evening in his lecture, that our Mr. David says sometimes, Swamiji, I want to increase my spiritual life immediately. Prabhupada laughed as he imitated David's urgency. Take patience, I tell him. It will be done, of course. When you have got such desire, God will help you. He is within you. He is simply trying to see how sincere you are. Then He will give you all opportunities to increase your spiritual life. At first, David and the Swami lived together peacefully in the large hall. The Swami working concentrated on his side of the partition, David ranging throughout the large open space. David, however, continued taking marijuana, LSD, and amphetamines, and Prabhupada had no choice but to tolerate it. Several times he told David that drugs and hallucinators would not help him in his spiritual life, but David would look distracted. He was becoming estranged from the Swami. But Prabhupada had a plan to use the loft as a temple, to transform it into New York's first temple of Radha Krishna, and he wanted David's cooperation. Although the neighborhood was one of the most miserable in the world, Prabhupada talked of bringing deities from Jaipur or Vrindavana and started temple worship even on the Bowery. He thought David might help. After all, they were roommates, so there could be no question of David's not cooperating, but he would have to give up his bad habits. Prabhupada was trying to help David, but David was too disturbed. He was headed for disaster, and so were Prabhupada's plans for the loft. Sometimes, even not under the influence of the drug, he would pace around the loft. Other times, he appeared to be deep in thought. One day, on a dose of LSD, he went completely crazy. As Carl Jurgens put it, he just flipped out, and the Swami had to deal with a crazy man. Things had been leading to this. He was a crazy kid who always took too much. But the real madness happened suddenly. Swamiji was working peacefully at his typewriter when David freaked out. David started moaning and pacing around the large open rear of the loft. Then he began yelling, howling, and running all around. He went back to where the Swami was. Suddenly, Prabhupada found himself face to face, not with David, nice David, whom he was going to take to India and show the Brahmanas in Brahmandamna, but a drugged, wild-eyed danger, a madman. Prabhupada tried to speak to him. What is the matter? But David had nothing to say. There was no particular disagreement, just madness. Prabhupada moved quickly down the 4 flights of stairs. He had not stopped to gather up any of his belongings or even to decide where he would go or whether he would return. There had been no time to consider anything. He had taken quite a shock, and now he was leaving the arena of David's madness. The usual group of bums were sitting in the doorway, and with their customary flourish and courtesy, they allowed him to pass. They were used to the elderly swamis coming in and out, going shopping and returning, and they did not bother him. But he was not going shopping today. Where was he going? He did not know. He had come onto the street without knowing where he would go. He wasn't going back to the loft, that was for sure. But where could he go? The pigeons flew from roof to roof. Traffic rumbled by, and the ever-present bums loitered around, getting drunk on cheap, poisonous alcohol. Although Prabhupada's home had suddenly become an insane terror. The street at its door was also a hellish, dangerous place. He was shaken. He could call Dr. Mishras and they might take him. But that chapter of his life was over, and he had gone on something better. He had his own classes, young people chanting and hearing. Was it all over now? After 9 months in America, he had finally gotten a good response on his preaching and kirtana. He couldn't just quit now. I see Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj, whom everyone knew and respected in Vrindavan as a distinguished scholar and devotee, who had an open invitation to see the Vice President of India and many other notables, now had to face starkly that he had not one friend of stature in the United States. Suddenly he was as homeless and as any derelict on the street. In fact, many of them, with their long-time bursts and flop houses, were more secure than he. They were ruined but settled. The Bowery could be a chaotic hell if you were not on a very purposeful errand, going directly to the store or back to your place. It was no place to stand wondering where will you live or is there a friend you can turn to. He wasn't on his way to Chinatown to shop, nor was he taking a little stroll, soon to return to the shelter of the loft. If he couldn't go to the loft, he had no place. How difficult it was becoming to preach in America amid these crazy people. He had written prophetically in his poem the day he had arrived in Boston Harbor. My dear Lord, I do not know why you have brought me here. Now you can do with me whatever you like. But I guess you have some business here, otherwise why would you bring me to this terrible place? What about his scheduled classes? What about David? Should he go back and try to talk to the boy? This had been David's first fit of violence, but there had been other tense moments. David had a habit of leaving the soap on the floor of the shower stall, and Prabhupada had asked him not to because it was a hazard. But David would not listen. Prabhupada had continued to remind him, and one day David had gotten angry and shouted at him. But there was no real enmity. Even today's incident had not been a matter of personal differences. The boy was a victim. Prabhupada walked quickly. He had a free passage on the Scindia line. He could go home to Vrindavana, but his spiritual master had ordered him to come here. By the strong desire of Sri Srimad Bhakti-Siddhanta Saraswati Thakura, he had written while crossing the Atlantic. The holy name of Lord Gauranga will spread throughout all the countries of the Western world. Before nightfall, he would have to find some place to stay or way to keep up the momentum of his preaching. This is what it meant to be working without government sponsorship, without the support of any religious organization, without a patron. It meant being vulnerable and insecure. Prabhupada faced the crisis as a test from Krishna. The instruction of Bhagavad Gita was to depend on Krishna for protection. In all activities, just depend upon me and work always under my protection. In such devotional service, be fully conscious of me. You will pass over all the obstacles of conditional life by my grace. He decided to phone Carl Jurgens and ask him to help. Hearing the Swami's voice on the phone, it was an emergency. Carl at once agreed that Prabhupada could move in with him and his wife Eva. Their place was close by on Center Street, 5 blocks west of Bowery near Chinatown. Carl would be right over. After Carl found Prabhupada, they went straight to Carl's place on ARR loft, smaller than the one Prabhupada had been living in. It had a main living area, large and open, with areas for the kitchen and bedroom partitioned off. There were decorative indoor plants and a profusion of throw pillows placed all around. Carl's loft was much brighter than the dingy factory-like space in the loft on the Bowery. The floor was painted bright orange. Carl used to say it looked like the deck of a ship. The walls and ceilings were white. Light from 7 skylights filled the room. Carl and Eva settled the Swami in one corner. Prabhupada had left his belongings at David's loft and didn't want to go back, so Carl went over to pick up a few essential items. Prabhupada asked him to leave most of his things, including his books, suitcases, reel-to-reel tape recorder, where they were. Although by this time David had come down from the intense effects of the LSD, he remained crazy. When Carl arrived at the loft, the door was locked and David was inside, afraid to let anyone in, although finally he relented. He had shut and locked all the windows, making the loft oppressively hot and stuffy. Bill Epstein, who also came by that day, analyzed David as had a drug-induced nervous breakdown or narcopsychosis. And although David was sorry he had exploded at Swami, neither Bill nor Carl thought Prabhupada should live with David again. Apparently, Prabhupada's chances of making the loft into Radha Krishna temple were finished. Carl and Bill gathered up a few of the Swami's belongings, and David stayed behind in the loft. He wanted to be alone. Carl Jurgens knew Prabhupada's living habits and wanted to accommodate him with a suitable place to live and work. In a small alcove at the end of his loft, Carl had a small study, which he had allocated for Swami. Carl also set up a cushioned dais and arranged the living room around it so that the guests could sit on the floor in a semicircle. Carl's wife, who didn't really like the idea of Swami moving in, agreed to cover a few cushions with Indian madras material for him anyway. Things went smoothly for a while. Prabhupada continued his morning and evening classes, and many of the Bowery hip crowd came by. Three of his regular callers lived right in the same building, and a few others, including Carl's brother, were just around the block. Michael Grant, James Greene, even David Allen came once. Don Nathanson, an artist. I was at Carl's loft, and this Swami comes strolling in one day, so I already knew he was on the scene from David's. Mostly musicians were coming. They were enjoying the private morning session with him. And that's really strange in itself because these people were up almost all night, and he used to do it at 6 in the morning. For 1 hour, he would lead them in chanting with his hand cymbals, da, 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 da. It was strange because that crowd was heavy into drugs and they were well read. But for a short period, they used to go every morning, 9 or 10 of them, and they felt very good about it. They felt very good that they did that in the morning. Carr felt that the creative group who came to see the Swami in his studio were all quick to enter into the mood of the kirtana, but they were using it in their own ways to supplement their own private visions and ecstasies, with no real intention of adopting these disciplines or the undivided worship of Lord Krishna. Prabhupada was their first real contact with a spiritual person, and yet, even without trying to understand, they became absorbed in his kirtanas and in what he had to say. Carl would invite them, hey, come on, this is genuine, this is real, you like it, it's music, it's dance, it's celebration. Carl saw that people just felt good being in Swami's presence and meditating on the chanting and eating the Swami's cooking. It wasn't like anything they had experienced before, except maybe for their moments of creative insight. Yet for Carl and Eva, Prabhupada's simple presence created difficulty. Never before during his whole stay in America, he had been a more inconvenient and unwanted guest. Carl's studio was arranged for him and his wife to live in alone, using the bedroom, kitchen, and living room any way they liked. If they wanted to smoke marijuana or eat meat or whatever, that was their prerogative. This was Carl's home. He lived here with his wife Eva and their dogs and cats. But now they had to share it with the Swami. Almost at once, the station became intolerable for Eva. She resented the Swami's presence in her home. She was a feminist, a liberated white woman with a black husband and a good job. She didn't like the Swami's views on women. She had not read his books or attended his classes, but she had heard that he was opposed to sexual intercourse except for conceiving children, and that in his view a woman was supposed to be shy and chaste and help her husband in spiritual life. She knew about the Swami's four rules: no meat eating, illicit sex, intoxication, or gambling. And she definitely did not want Carl Swami trying to change their ways to suit his, and he had better not expect her to wait on him as his servant. She sensed the Swami objecting to almost everything she did. If she were to seek his advice, he would probably ask her to stop taking drugs, get rid of cats and dogs, stop drinking, and stop contraceptive sex. If the Swami had his way, they would probably eat only the certain times and only certain foods. Eva was a heavy smoker, so he probably wouldn't like being around her. She was ready for confrontation. But the Prabhupada was not one to make intolerant demands while living in another's home. He kept to his allotted corner of the loft, and he made no demands or criticism. Hadn't seen his host and butler eating meat and only remarked, think nothing of it. Nevertheless, his imposing spiritual presence made Eva sorry Karl had ever met him. To Eva, this Swami was an inimical force. And she, being candid and independent, let him know. As soon as he asked whether she could bring him something, she replied, get it yourself. Carol Bekar saw the situation as being extremely uncomfortable and tense. Eva was quite resentful. Eva complained to Carol, there she was, paying rent for the loft, working hard, and this man was trying to change their way of life. Carol, Eva could not handle his teachings, and she could not handle his influence over Carol. She didn't feel so constrained, but she felt was making Carol feel constrained. This was Eva's main objection. The Swami was influencing Carl. Her relationship with Carl had only recently begun, and Carl was aware that she needed much of his time. He agreed with his wife, yet he couldn't refuse to Swami. He was interested in Indian music, poetry, and religions, and there was a living authority vastly knowledgeable in all the facets of Indian culture. Right in his home, Prabhupada would cook his meals in their kitchen, and right away Carl would be there, eager to learn the art of Indian cuisine. Carl also wanted the Swami to show him how to play the drum. They would have long talks together. Carl was trying to, Carol. Carl was trying to be something he wasn't, he really wasn't, but he would never have suggested that the Swami had to leave. Swami, I'm sure, was astute enough to pick up on this tension. As soon as he could, he tried to move to another place. Gradually, Carl reached an impasse in his relationship with Prabhupada. He couldn't share his life with both his wife and the Swami, and ultimately he was more inclined towards his wife. Carl, I couldn't see my love becoming a temple. I was raising cats and dogs, and he wanted them removed. He used to call me meat eater, but then he changed our diet. Of course, he was hitting the American culture, which doesn't know what all this business is. I have to put it on myself as much as anyone. I could understand and absorb India through an impersonal agency like a book or record, but it was the living representative of Godhead, and to me it was as difficult as anything I've ever had to do before or since. Prabhupada was not insensitive to the distress of his presence was causing. He didn't want to inconvenience anyone, and of course he could have avoided all inconvenience, both for himself and for people like Eva, if he had never come to America. But he wasn't concerned with convenience or inconvenience, pleasing Eva for displeasing her. He wanted to teach Krishna consciousness. Prabhupada had a mission, and Carl's love didn't seem to be right base for it. Prabhupada's parents all agreed he should move more into the center of things. The Bauer and Chinatown were too far out of the way. They would find him a new place. Forced by conditions, he accepted as Krishna's mercy. Prabhupada sat patiently, trying not to disturb anyone. Yet speaking about Krishna consciousness day and night, Karl assured him that with half a dozen of people searching, it wouldn't take long to find a new place, and they would all chip in together and help him with the rent. A week passed and no one had found a suitable place for the Swami. One day Prabhupada suggested that he and Carl take a walk up to Michael's grand's place and ask him for help. Mike, I was awakened one morning very early as Carl was on the phone saying, Swamiji and I were just taking a walk and we thought we'd come up and see you. I said, but it's too early in the morning. And he said, well, Swamiji wants to see you. They were very nearby, just down the street, and I had to quickly get dressed. And by the time I got to the door, they were there. I was totally unprepared, but invited them up. The television had been on from the previous night, and there were some cartoons on. The Swami sat between Carl and me on the couch. I was keeping a pet cat, and the cat jumped up on Swamiji's lap, and he abruptly knocked it off onto the floor. We began to talk, but Swamiji glanced over at the cartoons on the television set. This is nonsense. Suddenly I realized that the television was on and that it was nonsense, and I got up very quickly saying, "Why, yes, it is nonsense," and turned it off. As Prabhupada talked, he tried to impress on Mike how difficult it was for him to live with Carl and Eva, and Mike listened, but was the Swami so sure he could not go back to the Bowery Loft and live with David Allen? Except for that one incident, it had been a nice setup, hadn't it? Prabhupada explained that David had become a madman from too much LSD. He was dangerous. Mike gave the Swami a half incredulous look. David Allen, dangerous? Prabhupada had then told the story. There is an old saying in India that you get yourself a spiritual master. You sit opposite him, you learn everything from him that you can, then you kill him, you move his body to one side, and then you sit in his place, and you become the guru. As Prabhupada spoke, Mai began to feel that David was dangerous, so he did not ask for any more details. Mike should see that Swamiji was appealing for him for help, and as they all sat together on the couch, Mike and Carl quietly nodded in agreement. The Swami was looking at Mike, and Mike was trying to think. So how can we help Swamiji? Carl interjected. Mike explained that he was a pianist and he had to practice every day. He had two pianos, two sets of drums, a vibraphone, and other instruments right there in his apartment. Musicians were always coming over to practice, and they all played all those instruments for hours. Also, he was living with a girl, and there was a cat in the apartment. But Mike promised that he would help find the Swamiji a new place. Prabhupada thanked him and, along with Carl, stood to leave. Mike felt obligated. He was good at getting things done, and he wanted to do this for the Swami. So the next day he went to the village voice, got the first newspaper of the press, looked through the classified ads until he found a suitable prospect and phoned the landlord. It was a store for on Second Avenue, and the agent, Mr. Gardiner, agreed to meet Mike there. Carl and the Swami also agreed to come. Mr. Gardiner and Mike were the first to arrive. Mike noted the unusual hand-painted sign, "Matchless Gifts," above the front window. It was a holdover, Mr. Gardiner explained, from when the place had been a nostalgic gift shop. Mike proceeded to describe the Swami as a spiritual leader from India, an important author, and a Sanskrit scholar. The rental agent seemed receptive. As soon as Prabhupada and Carl arrived and everyone had been congenially introduced, Mr. Gardiner showed him the small storefront. Prabhupada, Carl, and Mike carefully considered its possibilities. It was empty, plain, and dark. The electricity had not been turned on, and it needed repainting. It would be good for meetings, but not for Swami's residence. But at 125 a month, it seemed promising. Then Mr. Gardiner revealed a small second-floor apartment just across the rear courtyard, directly behind the storefront. Another $71 a month, and the Swami could live there, although first Mr. Gardner would have to repaint it. The total rent would come to $196, and Carl, Mike, and others would pitch in. Prabhupada had the idea of making Mr. Gardiner the first official trustee of his pledging Krishna Consciousness Society. During their conversation, he presented Mr. Gardiner with a 3-volume of his Srimad Bhagavatam, and inside the front cover, he wrote a personal dedication and then signed it. A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami. Mr. Gardiner felt flattered and honored to receive these books from the author himself. He agreed to become a trustee of the new Society for Krishna Consciousness and to pay the society $20 a month. Mr. Gardner took a week to paint the apartment. Meanwhile, Mike arranged for the electricity and water to be turned on and had a phone installed. And he and Carl raised the first month's rent among their friends. When everything was ready, Mike gave Prabhupada a call at Carl's. Now it was time to move the Swami into his new place, and new friends who were on hand accompanied the Swami over to the Bowery loft. Maybe they weren't prepared to become his surrendered disciples, but contributing toward the first month's rent and volunteering a few hours of work to help set up his place were exactly the kinds of things they could do very willingly. At the loft, they all gathered up portions of the Swami's belongings, and then they started out on foot up Bowery. It was like a safari, a caravan of half a dozen men loaded with Prabhupada's things. Michael carried the heavy robbers reel to reel, and the Swami carried 2 suitcases. They did everything so quickly that it wasn't until they were well on their way and Mike's arm began to ache that he realized, why didn't we bring a car? It was the end of June, and hazy summer sun poured his heat down on the Bowery jungle. Starting and stopping, the strange safari, stretching for over a block, slowly trekked along. Prabhupada struggled with his suitcases, past the seemingly unending row of restaurants, supply shops, and lamp stores between Grand Broom and Spring Streets. Sometimes he paused and rested, setting the suitcases down. He was finally moving from the Bowery. His electrician friend of 72nd Street would have been relieved, although perhaps he would have disapproved of the 2nd Avenue address also. At least he was finished residing on Skid Row. He walked on, past the homeless men outside the Salvation Army shelter, past the open-door tavern, stopping at the streetlight, standing alongside total strangers, keeping an eye on the progress of his procession of friends who struggled along beside him. The Bauer artists and musicians saw him as highly evolved. They felt that the spirit was moving him and were eager to help him set up his own place so that he could do this, his valuable spiritual thing, and spread it to others. He was depending on them for help, and yet they knew he was on a higher level. He was his own protector, or as he said, God protected him. The Swami and his young friends reached the corner of Bowery and Houston, turned right, and proceeded east. Gazing steadily ahead as he walked, Prabhupada saw the southern end of 2nd Avenue, 1 block away. At 2nd Avenue, he would turn left, walk just 1 block north across the 1st Street, and arrive at his new home. As he passed the IMD subway entrance, the storefront came into view, matchless gifts. He gripped his suitcases and moved ahead. At 2nd Avenue and Houston, he hurried through a break in the rapid traffic. He could see green trees holding their heads above the high courtyard wall, reaching up like overgrown weeds in the space between the front and rear buildings of his new address. The street side building housed his meeting hall. The rear building, the apartment where he would live and translate. Adjoining the storefront building on his north side was a massive 9-story warehouse. The storefront structure was only 6 stories and seemed appended to the larger building like its diminutive child. On the 7th side, Prabhupada's new temple showed a surface of plain cement and was free of any adjoining structure. There was only the spacious lot of the busy mobile service station that bordered on First Street. As Prabhupada approached the storefront, he could see 2 small lanterns decorating the narrow doorway. There was no certainty of what awaited him here, but already there had been good signs, and these American young people, mad though they sometimes were, could actually take part in Lord Chaitanya's Sankirtana movement. Perhaps this new address would be the place where he could finally get a footing with his International Society for Krishna Consciousness. Chapter 18, Breaking Ground. Swami Bhaktivedanta came to USA and went swiftly to the archetype spiritual neighborhood, the New York Lower East Side, and installed intact and ancient, perfectly preserved piece of street India. He adorned a storefront as his ashram and adorned Krishna therein, and by patience and good humor, singing, chanting, and expounding Sanskrit terminology day by day, established Krishna consciousness in the psychedelic mind manifesting center of America East. To choose to attend to the lower east side, what kindness and humility and intelligence. Allen Ginsberg, from his introduction to the Macmillan Bhagavad Gita as it is. Prabhupada's new neighborhood was not as run down as the nearby Bowery, although it certainly was less than quaint. Right across from his storefront, a row of tombstones looked out from the somber, dimly lit display windows of Weisner Brothers and Papa Memorials. North of Weisner Brothers was Sam Luncheonette. Next to Stamps stood an ancient four-story building marked AAR, and then Benji Horowitz monuments, more gravestones. And finally, Schwartz's funeral home. On the next block at number 43, a worn canvas awning jutted out onto the sidewalk. Provenzano Lanza Funeral Home. Then there was Cosmos Parcels Importers, and a few blocks further down, the prominent black and white neighborhood signboard of the Village East Theater. Up a block, but on the same side of the avenue as the storefront, was the Church of the Nativity, an old three-story building with new blue paint and gold-colored cross on top. The six-story 22nd Avenue, its face covered by greenish fire escape, crouched against the massive nine-story Knickerbocker fireproof warehouse. Second Avenue was the main traffic artery for East Manhattan, and the stoplight at the intersection of Houston and Second pumped a stream of delivery trucks, taxis, and private autos past Prabhupada's door. From early morning until night, there would be cars zooming by, followed by the sound of brakes, the competitive tension of waiting bumper to bumper, and impetuous honking, then gears grinding, engines rumbling, and reviving, and again zooming by. The traffic was distractingly heavy. At 22nd Avenue, there were actually two storefronts. The one to the north was Coin Laundry, and the one to the south had been a gift shop, but was now vacant. Both had narrow entrances, large display windows, and dull paint. Beneath the matchless gift sign was a window 6 feet square that a few weeks before had displayed matchboxes decorated with photos of movie stars of the 30s and 40s. The sign Matchless Gifts was the only remaining memento of the nostalgic gift shop that had recently moved out. Below the shop's window, a pair of iron doors in the sidewalk hid stone steps to the cellar and boiler room. The wide sidewalk had been laid down in sections of various shapes and sizes at different times. Years passed. Certain sections had cracked or caved in, and a fine dust with tiny sparkling shards of glass had collected the cracks and depressions. A dull black fire hydrant stood on the curb. Midway between entrances to the two storefronts was the main entrance to number 26. This door opened into a foyer lined with mailboxes and intercoms, and then a locker inner locked inner door opened into hallway leading to the stairs or back to the courtyard. To the left of the gift shop's window was his front door, a dark wooden frame holding a full-length pane of glass. The door opened into a long, narrow storefront, which was now completely bare. Just inside, to the right of the door, a platform extending beneath the display window was just the proper height for a seat. At the far end of the weird, dingy room, two grimly paned windows covered with bars opened into the courtyard. To the left of the left-hand window was a small sink fixed to the outside of a very small toilet closet, whose door faced the front of the store. A door on the store's left wall connected to a hallway and that led into the courtyard. The courtyard was paved with the concrete geometric sections of encircled with shrub gardens and tall trees. There was a picnic table, cement with bird bath and birdhouse on a pole, and near the center of the courtyard were two shrub gardens. The courtyard was bordered north and south by high walls and front and back by the two tenements. The patch of the sky above gave relief. Overlooking the courtyard from the rear building of 22nd Avenue was Prabhupada's second floor apartment, where he would now live, work, and worship. With help from his Bowery friends, he had cleaned and settled into his new home. In the back room, his office, he had placed against the one wall a thin cushion with elephant print cover, and in the front of cushion his unpainted metal suitcase, which served as a desk. He had set his typewriter on the desk and his papers and books on either side. This became his work area. His manuscripts bundled in saffron cloth, his stock of Srimad Bhagavatams, and his new personal effects he kept in the closet opposite his desk. On the wall above his sitting place, apologies. On the wall above his sitting place, he hung an Indian calendar print of Lord Krishna. Krishna, as a youth, was playing his flute with a cow close behind him. Lord Krishna was standing on the planet Earth, which curved like the top of a small hill beneath his feet. There were two windows on the east wall, and he dappled morning sunlight, filtering in through the fire escape, fell across the floor. The next room was bare except for a fancy coffee table, which became Prabhupada's altar. Here they placed a framed picture of Lord Chaitanya and his associates. On the wall, he hung an Indian calendar print of four-armed Lord Vishnu and Ananta Shesha as the celestial snake, and as in the Bowery loft, he put up the clothesline. Both rooms were freshly painted and the floors were clean hardwood parquet. The bathroom was clean and serviceable, as was the narrow furnished kitchen. Prabhupada would sometimes stand by the kitchen window, gazing beyond the courtyard wall. He had moved here without any prospect of paying the next month's rent. Although Karl May, Carol, James, Bill, and others had encouraged him to move here, some of them now found it a little inconvenient to visit him regularly. But they all wished him well and hoped new people would come here to help him. They felt that this location was the best yet, and he seemed more comfortable here. At the Paradox, Bill would spread the word of Swamiji new address. The Lower East Side was a history of change and human suffering as old as New York. 300 years before Prabhupada's arrival, it had been a part of Peter Stuyvesant's estate. Today's landmark of Tompkins Square Park and had then been a salt marsh known as Stuyvesant's Swamp. The Lower East Side first became a slum in the 1940s. Then thousands of Irish immigrants driven by the Irish potato famine came and settled. 2 decades later, the Irish became the image of the American to the next immigrants, the Germans, who gradually grew in numbers and became the largest immigrant group in New York City. Next came East European Jews, Poles and Ukrainians, and by 1900s, the Lower East Side had become the most densely populated Jewish ghetto in the world. But in the next generation, the ghetto began to break up as Jews moved to the suburbs and economic advancement. Next, the Puerto Ricans thronged in, hundreds of thousands in 1950s, immigrating from the island poverty or moving in from East Harlem. They and the Negroes from Harlem and Bedford Stuyvesant, who arrived next, were the new groups who, along with the Poles and Ukrainians, populated the 2 square miles of tenements and crowded streets that formed the Lower East Side slums in 1960s. Then, only a few years before Prabhupada's arrival, a different kind of slum dweller had appeared in the Lower East Side. Although there had been many sociological and cultural analyses of this phenomenon, it remains ultimately inexplicable why they suddenly came like a vast flock of birds swooping down, or like animals in a great instinctual migration, and why after a few years they vanished. At first, the newcomers were mostly young artists, musicians, and intellectuals, similar to the hip crowd of Prabhupada's Bowery days. Then came the young middle-class dropouts. Because living space was more available and rents were lower than the nearby Greenwich Village, they concentrated here on the Lower East Side, which in the parlance of the renting agents became known as the East Village. Many even came without finding a place to live and camped in the hallways of tenements. Drawn by the cheap rent and the promise of bohemian freedom, these young middle-class dropouts, the avant-garde of the nationwide youth, moved soon to be known in media as hippies, wandered to the Lower East Side slums in living protest against America's good life of materialism. As if responding to an instinctual call, younger teenage runaways joined the older hippies, and following the runaways came the police, counselors, social welfare workers, youth hostels, and drug counseling centers. On St. Mark's Place, a new hip commercialist sprang up with head shops, poster shops, record shops, art galleries, and bookstores that carried everything from cigarette papers to hip clothes and psychedelic lighting. The hippies journeyed to the Lower East Side in full conviction that this was the place to be, just as their immigrant predecessors had done. For the European immigrants of another age, New York Harbor had been the gateway to a land of riches and opportunity as they at long last set their eyes on Manhattan's skyline and the Statue of Liberty. Now, in 1966, American youth thronged to New York City with hopes of their own and feast on the vision of their newfound mystical land, the Lower East Side slums. It was an easy coexistence It was an uneasy coexistence, with hippies on one side and Puerto Ricans, Poles, and Ukrainians on the other. The established ethnic groups resented the newcomers, who didn't really have to live in the slums, whereas they themselves did. In fact, many of the young newcomers were from immigrant families that had struggled for generations to establish themselves as middle-class Americans. Nevertheless, the youth migration to the Lower East Side was just as real as the immigration of Puerto Ricans or Poles or Ukrainians had been, although the motives, of course, were quite different. The hippies had turned from the suburban materialism of the appearance, the inane happiness of TV and advertising, the ephemeral goals of middle-class America. They were disillusioned by parents, teachers, clergy, public leaders, and the media, dissatisfied with American policy in Vietnam, and allured by radical political ideologies that exposed America as a cruel, selfish, exploitative giant who must now reform or die. And they were searching for real love, real peace, real existence, and real spiritual consciousness. By the summer of Srila Prabhupada's arrival at 26 Second Avenue, the first front in the great youth rebellion of the 60s had already entered the Lower East Side. Here they were free to live in the simple poverty and express themselves through art, music, drugs, and sex. The talk was of spiritual searching. LSD and marijuana were the keys, opening new realms of awareness. Notions about Eastern cultures and Eastern religions were in vogue. Through drugs, yoga, brotherhood, or just being free, somehow they would attain enlightenment. Everyone was supposed to keep an open mind and develop his own cosmic philosophy by direct experience and drug expanded consciousness, blended with his own eclectic readings. And in their lives appear and if their lives appeared aimless, at least they had dropped out of the pointless game where the player sells his soul for material goods and in this way supports a system that is already rotten. So it was that in 1966, thousands of young people were walking the streets of the Lower East Side, not simply intoxicated or crazy, though they often were, but in search of life's ultimate answers, in complete disregard of the establishment and the day-to-day life pursued by millions of straight Americans. That the prosperous land of memory could breed so many discontented youth surprised Prabhupada. Of course, it also further proved that the material well-being, the hallmark of American life, couldn't make people happy. Prabhupada did not see the unhappiness around him in terms of immediate social, political, economic, and cultural causes. Neither slum conditions nor youth rebellions were the all-important realities. These were mere symptoms of universal unhappiness, to which the only cure was Krishna consciousness. He sympathized with miseries of everyone, but he saw the universal solution.
Continuing reading of chapter 18. Prabhupada had not made a study of the youth movement in America before moving to the Lower East Side. He had never even made specific plans to come here. Amid so many young people, but in the 10 months since Calcutta, he had moved by force of circumstances, or as he understood it, by Krishna's will, from one place to another. On the order of his spiritual master, he had come to America, and by Krishna's will, he had come to the Lower East Side. His mission here was the same as it had been on the Bowery, or uptown, or even in India. He was fixed in the order of his spiritual master and the Vedic view, a view that wasn't going to be influenced by the radical changes of 1960s. Now, if it so happened that these young people, because of some change in the American cultural climate, were to prove more receptive to him, then that would be welcome. And that would also be by Krishna's will. Actually, because of the ominous influence of the Kali millennium, this was historically the worst of times for spiritual cultivation, hippie revolution or not. And Srila Prabhupada was trying to transplant Vedic culture into a more alien ground than had any previous spiritual master, as he expected to find his work extremely difficult. Yet, in this generally bad age, just prior to Prabhupada's arrival on the Lower East Side, tremors of dissatisfaction and revolt against the Kali Yuga culture itself began vibrating through American society, sending waves of young people to wander the streets of the New York Lower East Side in search of something beyond the ordinary life, looking for alternatives, seeking spiritual fulfillment. These young people, broken from their stereotyped materialistic backgrounds and drawn towards now on New York's Lower East Side, were the ones who were by chance or choice or destiny to become the congregation for the Swami's storefront offerings of kirtana and spiritual guidance. The Swami's arrival went unnoticed. The neighbors said someone new had taken the gift shop next to the laundry. There was a strange picture in the window now, but no one knew what to make of it. Some passerby noticed a piece of paper announcing classes in Bhagavad Gita taped to the window. A few stopped to read it, but no one knew what to make of it. They didn't know what Bhagavad Gita was, and the few who did thought maybe a yoga bookstore or something. The Puerto Ricans in the neighborhood would look in the window at Harvey Coben's painting and then blankly walk away. The manager of the mobile gas station next door couldn't care less who had moved in. It just didn't make any difference. The tombstone seller and undertakers across the street didn't care. And for the drivers of the countless cars and trucks that passed by, Swamiji's place didn't even exist. But there were young people around who had been intrigued with the painting, who went up to the window to read the little piece of paper. Some of them even knew about the Bhagavad Gita, although the painting of Lord Chaitanya and the dancers didn't seem to fit. A few thought maybe they would attend Swami Bhaktivedant's classes and check out the scene. July 1966. Howard Wheeler was hurrying from his apartment on Mott Street to a friend's apartment on Fifth Street, a quiet place where he hoped to find peace. He walked up Mott Street to Houston, turned right, and began to walk east towards across Bowery, past the rushing traffic and stumbling derelicts, and towards Second Street. Howard. After crossing Bowery just before Second Avenue, I saw Swamiji jauntily strolling down the sidewalk, his head held high in the air, his hand in the bead bag. He struck me like a famous actor in a familiar movie. He seemed ageless, He was wearing traditional saffron-colored robe of a sannyasi and quaint white shoes with points. Coming down Houston, he looked like a guinea, like the guinea that popped out of Aladdin's lamp. Howard, age 26, was a tall, large-bodied man with long, dark hair, a profuse beard, and black-framed eyeglasses. He was an instructor in English at Ohio State University and was fresh from a trip to India, where he had been looking for a true guru. Prabhupada noticed Howard, and both stopped simultaneously. Howard asked the first question that popped into his mind. Are you from India? Prabhupada smiled. Oh, yes. And you? Howard. I told him no, and that I had just returned from India and was very interested in his country and the Hindu philosophy. He told me he had come from Calcutta and had been in New York almost 10 months. His eyes were as fresh and cordial as a child's. And even standing before the trucks that roared and rumbled their way down Houston Street, he emanated a cool tranquility that was unshakably established in something far beyond the great metropolis that roared around us. Howard never made it to his friend's place that day. He went back to his own apartment on Mott Street to Keith and Wally, his roommates, to tell them and everyone he knew about the Guru who had inexplicably appeared within their midst. Keith and Howard had been to India. Now they were involved in various spiritual philosophies, and their friends used to come over and talk about enlightenment. 18-year-old Chuck Barrett was a regular visitor. Chuck, you would open the door of the apartment and thousands of cockroaches would disappear into the woodwork. The smell was enough to knock you over. So Keith was trying to clean the place up and kick some people out. They were sharing the rent. Wally, Keith, Howard, and several others. Due to a lack of any other process, they were using LSD to try and increase their spiritual life. Actually, they were all trying to use drugs to help in meditation. Anyway, Wally, Howard, and Keith were trying to find the perfect spiritual master as we all were. Howard remembers his own spiritual seeking as reading books on Eastern philosophy and religion, burning lots of candles and incense, and taking ganja and pure and LSD as aids to meditation. Actually, it was more intoxication than meditation. Meditation was a euphemism that somehow connected our highs with our readings. Keith, 29, son of, son of a Southern Baptist minister, was a PhD candidate in history at Columbia University. He was preparing his thesis on the rise of revivalism in the southern United States. Dressed in old denim cutoffs, sandals, and t-shirt, he was something of a guru among the Mott Street coterie. Wally was in his 30s, shabbily dressed, bearded, intellectual, and well-read in Buddhist literature. He had been a radio engineer in the army and, like his roommates, was unemployed. He was reading Alan Watts, Herman Hesse, and others talking about spiritual enlightenment and taking LSD. In India, Howard Keith had visited Haridwar, Rishikesh, Banaras, and other holy cities, experiencing Indian temples, Hanish, and dysentery. One evening in Calcutta, they had come upon a group of sadhus chanting the Hare Krishna mantra and playing hand cymbals. For Howard and Keith, as for many Westerners, the essence of Indian philosophy was a Sankara doctrines of impersonal oneness. Everything is false except the one impersonal spirit. They had bought books that told them whatever way you express your faith, that way is a valid spiritual path. Now, the three roommates, Howard, Keith, and Wally, began to mix various philosophies into a hodgepodge of their own. Howard would mix in a little Whitman, Emerson, Thoreau, or Blake. Keith would cite biblical references, and Wally would add a bit of wisdom, Buddhist wisdom. They all kept up on Timothy Leary, Thomas A. Kempis, and many others, the whole mixture being subject to a total re-evaluation whenever one of the group experienced a new cosmic insight through LSD. This was the group that Howard returned to that day in July. Excitedly, he told them about the Swami. Look, he looked and what he had said, how he looked and what he had said. Howard told how, after they had stood and talked together, the Swami had mentioned his place nearby on 2nd Avenue, where he was planning to hold some classes. Howard, I walked around the corner with him. He pointed out a small storefront building between 1st and 2nd Street, next door to a mobile filling station. It had been a curiosity shop, and someone had painted the words matchless gifts over the window. At that time, I didn't realize how prophetic those words were. This is a good area. This is a good area, he asked me. I told him that I thought it was. I had no idea what he was going to offer at his classes, but I knew that all my friends would be glad that an Indian Swami was moving into the neighborhood. The word spread, although it wasn't so easy now for Carl Yudkin and certainly others to come up from the Bowery and Chinatown. They had other things to do. Roy Dubois, a 25-year-old writer for comic books, had visited Prabhupada on the Bowery. And when he heard about Swami's new place, he wanted to drop by. James Green and Bill Epstein had not forgotten the Swami, and they wanted to come. The Paradox restaurant was still a live connection and brought new interested people, and others like Stephen Guarino saw the sign, the Swami's sign in the window. Steve, age 26, was a caseworker for the city's welfare department. And one day on his lunch break, he was walking home from the welfare office at 5th Street and 2nd Avenue. He saw the Swami's sign taped to the window. He had been reading a paperback Gita, and he promised himself he would attend the Swami's class. That day, as he stood with the Swami before the storefront, Howard noticed the little sign in the window. Lectures in Bhagavad Gita, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, 7 to 9 p.m. Will you bring your friends? Prabhupada asked. Yes, Howard promised, Monday evening. The summer evening was warm, and in the storefront, the back windows and front doors were opened wide. Young men, several of them dressed in black denims and buttoned down sport shirts with broad, dull stripes, had left their worn sneakers by the front door and were now sitting on the floor. Most of them were from the Lower East Side. No one had to go to a great trouble to come here. The little room was barren. No pictures, no furnitures, no rugs, not even a chair. Only a few plain straw mats. A single bulb hung from the ceiling into the center of the room. It was 7 o'clock, and about a dozen people had gathered when the Swami suddenly opened the side door and entered the room. He wasn't wearing a shirt, and the saffron cloth that draped his torso left his arm and some of his chest bare. His complexion was smooth golden brown, and as they washed him, his head shaven, his ear long lobed, and his aspect grey, he seemed like pictures they had seen of the Buddha in meditation. He was old, yet erect in his posture, fresh and radiant. His forehead was decorated with yellowish clay markings of the Vaishnava. Prabhupada recognized big bearded Howard and smiled. You have brought your friends? Yes, Howard answered in his loud and resonant voice. Ah, very good. Prabhupada stepped out of his white shoes, sat down on a thin mat, faced his congregation, and indicated they could all be seated. He distributed several pairs of brass hand cymbals and briefly demonstrated the rhythm 1, 2, 3. He began playing a startling ringing sound. He began singing Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Now it was the audience's turn. Chant, he told them. Some already knew. Gradually, the others caught on. And after a few rounds, all were chanting together. Most of these young men and a few young women present had one time or another embarked on the psychedelic voyage in search of a new world of expanded consciousness. Boldly and recklessly, they had entered the turbulent, forbidden waters of LSD, peyote, and magic mushrooms. Heedless of warnings, they had risked everything and done it. Yet there were merit in their valor, their eagerness to find extra dimensions of the self, to get beyond ordinary existence, even if they didn't know what the beyond was or whether they would ever return to the comfort of the ordinary. Nonetheless, whatever truth they had found, they remained unfulfilled, and whatever words they had reached, these young psychedelic voyagers had always returned to the Lower East Side. Now they were sampling the Hare Krishna mantra when the Kirtana suddenly sprang up from the Swami's symbol and sonorous voice. They immediately felt that it was going to be something far out. Here was another chance to trip out, and willingly they began to flow with it. They would surrender their minds and explore the limits of the chanting for all it was worth. Most of them had already associated the mantra with the mystical Upanishads and Gita, which had called out to them in the words of mystery. Eternal spirit, negating illusion. But whatever it was, this Indian mantra, let it come, they thought. Let it let its wave carry us far and high. Let's take it and let the effect come. Whatever the price, let it come. The chanting seemed simple and natural enough. It was sweet and wasn't going to harm anyone. It was, in its own way, far out. As Prabhupada chanted in his own inner ecstasy, he observed his motley congregation. He was breaking ground in a new land now. As the hand cymbals rang, the call and response of the Hare Krishna mantra swelled and filling the evening. Some neighbors were annoyed. Puerto Rican children enchanted appeared at the door and window looking. Twilight came. Exotic it was, yet anyone could see that a Swami was raising an ancient prayer in praise of God. This wasn't rock or Zen. He was a holy man, a Swami, making a public religious demonstration. But the combination was strange, an old Indian Swami chanting an ancient mantra with a storefront full of young Americans, hippies, singing along. Prabhupada sang on, his shaven head held high and tilted, his body trembling slightly with emotion. Confidently, he led the mantra, absorbed in pure devotion, and they responded. More passersby were drawn to the front window and open door. Some jeered, but the chanting was too strong. Within the sound of the kirtana, even the car horns were a faint staccato. The vibration of auto engines and the rumble of trucks continued, but in the distance now unnoticed. Gathered under the dim electrical light in the bare room, the group chanted after their leader, growing gradually from a feeble, hesitant chorus to an approximate harmony of voices. They continued clapping and chanting, putting into whatever they could in hopes of discovering its secrets. This Swami was not simply giving some 5 minute sample demonstration. For the moment, he was their leader, their guide in an unknown realm. Howard and Keith's little encounter with the Kirtana in Calcutta had left them outsiders. The chanting had never before come like this, right in the middle of the Lower East Side, with a genuine Swami leading them. In their mind were psychedelic ambitions to see the face of God, fantasies, and visions of Hindu teachings, and the presumption that IT was all impersonal light. Prabhupada had encountered a similar group on the Gauri, and he knew that this group wasn't experiencing the mantra in the proper disciplined reverence and knowledge. But he let them chant in their own way. In time, their submission to the spiritual sound, their purification, their enlightenment and ecstasy in chanting and hearing Hare Krishna would come. He stopped the kirtana. The chanting had swept back the world, but now the lower east side rushed in again. The children at the door began to chatter and laugh. The car trucks made their rumbling heard once more, and a voice shouted from a nearby apartment, demanding quiet. It was now past 7:30. Half an hour had elapsed. Now, today, we shall begin the fourth chapter, what Lord Krishna says to Arjuna. His lecture is very basic and yet, for restless youth, heavily philosophical. Some can't take it and they rise rudely upon hearing the Swami's first word, put on their shoes at the front door and return to the streets. Others had left as soon as they saw the singing was over. Still, this is his best group yet. A few of the Cowrie congregation are present. The boys from Mott Street are here, and they are specifically looking for a guru. Many in the group had already read Bhagavad Gita, and they are not too proud to hear and admit that they didn't understand it. It's another hot and noisy July evening outside his door. Children are on summer vacation and they stay out on the street until dark. Nearby, a big dog is barking, row, row, row. The traffic creates constant rumbling. Just outside the window, little girls are shrieking, and all this makes lecturing difficult. Yet, despite the distraction of children, traffic, and the dogs, he wants the door open. If it is closed, he says, "Why is it closed? People may come in." He continues, undaunted, quoting Sanskrit, holding his audience and developing his urgent message while the relentless cacophony revolves his every word. Row, row, row. Eek, yeah, shrieking like little Spanish witches, the girls disturb the whole block. In the distance, a man shouts from his window, "Get out of here, get out of here." Prabhupada asked them not to make noise. Roy, one of the boys in the temple, the man is chasing the kids now. Prabhupada, yes, yes, these kids are making a disturbance. Ask them. Roy, yes, that's what, the man's chasing them now. Prabhupada, they are making noises. Roy, yes, he's chasing them now. The man chases the children away, but they will be back. You can't chase the children off the street, they live there. The big dog never stops barking, and who can stop the cars? The cars are always there. Prabhupada uses the car to give an example. When a car momentarily comes into a vision on Second Avenue, we certainly don't think that it had no existence before we saw it, or that it ceases to exist once it passed from our view. Similarly, when Krishna goes from this planet to another planet, it doesn't mean that he no longer exists, although it may appear that way. Actually, he has only left our sight. Krishna and his incarnations constantly appear and disappear on innumerable planets throughout the innumerable universes of the material creation. The cars are always passing, roaring, rumbling through every word Prabhupada speaks. The door is open and he's poised at the edge of a river of carbon monoxide, asphalt, rumbling tires, and constant wave of traffic. He has come a long way from the banks of his Yamuna in Vrindavan, where great saints and sages have gathered through ages to discuss Krishna consciousness. But his audience lives here amid this scene. So he has come here beside Second Avenue's rushing river of traffic to speak loudly the ageless message. He is still stressing the same point. Whatever you do in Krishna consciousness, however little it may be, is eternally good for you. Yet now, more than uptown or on the Bowery, he's calling his hearers to take Krishna consciousness fully and become devotee. Anyone can become a devotee and a friend of Krishna like Arjuna. You will be surprised that Lord Chaitanya's principal disciple were all so-called fallen in society. He appointed Haridas Thakur to the highest position in the spiritual mission, although he happened to take birth in a Mohammedan family. So there is no bar for anyone. Everyone can become a spiritual master. He provided Everyone can become a spiritual master provided he knows the science of Krishna. This is the science of Krishna, this Bhagavad Gita. If anyone knows it perfectly, he becomes a spiritual master. And this transcendental vibration, Krishna, Hare Krishna, will help us by cleaning the dust from the mirror of our mind. On the mind, we have accumulated material dust, just like on the Second Avenue, due to constant traffic of motor cars, there always a creation of dust over everything. Similarly, by our manipulation of materialistic activities, there are some material dust which are accumulated on the mind, and therefore we are unable to see in true perspective. So this process, the vibration of transcendental sound, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, will cleanse the dust. And as soon as the dust is cleared, then as you see your nice face in the mirror, similarly, you can see your real constitution position as spirit soul. In Sanskrit language, it is said, Bhava Maha Davagni. Lord Chaitanya said that Lord Chaitanya's picture you have seen in the front window, he's dancing and chanting Hare Krishna. So it doesn't matter what a person was doing before, what's in full activities. A person may not be perfect at first, but he's engaged in service, then he will be purified. If he is engaged in service, then he will be purified. Suddenly, a Bowery derelict enters, whistling and drunkenly shouting. The audience remains seated, not knowing what to make of it. Drunk. How are you? I'll be right back. I bought another thing. Prabhupada, don't disturb. Sit down. We are talking seriously. Drunk. I'll put up there in a church. I'll put it up there in a church. All right, I'll be right back. The man is white-haired and with short grizzly beard, frowsy clothing, frowsy clothing. His odor reeks through the temple, but then he suddenly caroms out the door and is gone. Prabhupada chuckles softly and returns immediately to his lecture. So it doesn't matter what a person was doing before. If he engages in Krishna consciousness, chanting Hare Krishna and Bhagavad Gita, it should be concluded that he is a saint. He is saintly person. Api chet su duracharo. Never mind if he may have some external immoral habits due to his past association. It doesn't matter. Some way or the other, one should become Krishna conscious. And then gradually he will become a saintly person as he goes on executing this process of Krishna consciousness. There is a story about habit. There is a story about how habit is second nature. There was a thief, and he went on pilgrimage with some friends. So at night, when others were sleeping, because his habits was to steal at night, he got up and was taking someone's baggage. But then he was thinking, oh, I have come to this holy place of pilgrimage, but still I'm committing theft by habit. No, I shall not do it. So then he took someone's bag and put it in another's place. And for the whole night, the poor fellow moved the bags of the pilgrims from here to there. But due to his consciousness, because he was on a holy pilgrimage, he did not actually take anything. So in the morning, when everyone got up, they looked around and said, where is my bag? I don't see it. And the other men said, I don't see my bag. Then someone says, oh, there is your bag. There was some row. So they thought, what is the matter? How has it so happened? Then the thief rose up and told all of his friends, my dear gentlemen, I'm a thief by occupation. And because I have that habit to steal at night, I couldn't stop myself. But I thought I have come to this holy place, so I wouldn't do it. Therefore, I placed one person's bag in another man's place. Please excuse me. So this is habit. He doesn't want to, but he has a habit of doing it. He has decided not to commit theft anymore, but sometimes he does habitually. So Krishna says that in such conditions, when one who has decided to stop all immoral habits and just take to this process of Krishna consciousness, is by chance he does something which is immoral in the face of society that shouldn't be taken account of. In the next verse, Krishna says, Shipram Bhavati Dharmatma. Because he has dovetailed himself in Krishna consciousness, it is sure that he will be saintly very soon. Suddenly, the old derelict returns, announcing his entrance. How are you? He's carrying something. He maneuvers his way through the group and straight to the back of the temple, where the Swami is sitting. He opens the toilet room door, puts 2 rolls of bathroom tissue inside, closes the door, and then turns to the sink, sits some paper towel on top of it, and puts 2 more rolls of bathroom tissue and some more paper towels under the sink. He then stands and turns around towards the Swami and audience. The Swami is looking at him and asks, what is this? The bum is silent now. He has done his work. Prabhupada begins to laugh, thanking his visitor, who is now moving towards the door. Thank you very much. The bum exits. Just see, Prabhupada now addresses his congregation. It is a natural tendency to give some service. Just see, he's not in order, but he thought that here is something, let me give some service. Just see how automatically it comes. This is natural. The young men in the audience look at one another. This is really far out. First, the chanting with the brass cymbals, the Swami looking like a Buddha and talking about Krishna and chanting, and now this crazy stuff with the bomb. But the Swami stays cold. He's really cold, just sitting on on the floor like he's not afraid of anything, just talking his philosophy about the soul and us becoming saved, and even the old drunk becoming a saint. After almost an hour, the dog still barks and the kids still squeal. Prabhupada is asking his hearers, who are only beginners in spiritual life, to become totally dedicated preachers of Krishna consciousness. Quote, in the Bhagavad Gita, you will find that anyone can who in the Bhagavad Gita, you will find that anyone who preaches the gospel of Bhagavad Gita to the people of the world is the most dear, the dearest person to Krishna. Therefore, it is our duty to preach the principles of this Bhagavad Gita to make people Krishna conscious. Prabhupada can't wait to tell them. Even if they aren't ready, it is too urgent. The world needs Krishna conscious preachers. People are suffering for the want of Krishna consciousness. Therefore, each and every one of us should be engaged in the preaching work of Krishna consciousness for the benefit of the whole world. Lord Chaitanya, whose picture is in the front of our store, has very nicely preached the philosophy of Krishna consciousness. The Lord says, just take my orders, all of you, and become a spiritual master. Lord Chaitanya gives the order that in every country you go and preach Krishna consciousness. So if we take up this missionary work to preach Bhagavad Gita as it is, without interpretation and without any material motives behind it as it is, then Krishna says it shall be done. We should not have any attraction for worldly activities, otherwise we can't have Krishna. But it doesn't mean that we should be inimical to the people of the world. So it is our duty to give them the highest instruction that you become Krishna conscious. And a young man in the audience seemed unable to contain himself and begins making his own incoherent speech. Prabhupada, no, you cannot disturb now. Man standing up. Now wait a minute, man. A quarrel begins as others try to quieten him. Prabhupada, no, 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 no. Not just now. No, no, you cannot ask just now. Man, well, I am trying to talk. Prabhupada, no, just now you cannot ask. Man, but wait a minute, man, wait. Prabhupada, why do you interfere just now? We have a regular question time. Others in the audience, let the man finish. Or others in the audience, let the man finish. Yeah, let him talk. The man's supporters defend his right to speak while others try to silence him. Second man, I have just one question, please. How long is an individual allowed or expected to go without any type of thoughts? How long? Prabhupada, I'm not finished. We'll give question time after finishing the talk. The parties go on quarreling. All right, I'm very glad that you're curious, but please wait. Have some patience because we have not finished. As soon as we finish, after 5 minutes, 10 minutes, I will tend to your questions. Don't be impatient, sit down. The audience quiets down and the Swami goes on with his talk. After 5 minutes, Prabhupada, all right, this gentleman is impatient. We shall stop here. Now, what is your question, sir? Man. Practically, we tend to place emphasis on those we identify with the fact itself. Many people are meant to explain the wild force and the wherefores in the metaphysical truth, that I think, therefore I am. Prabhupada, what is your particular question? Ma'am, I have no question to that. I have no answer to that question. Rather, but I attempt, I live, I breathe. Prabhupada, yes, ma'am. So ability, tell me why I have nothing to do with it. May I understand the why force and the wheres? Prabhupada, that's all right. Man, I have difficulty in you. I have difficulty in saying, Prabhupada, so long as we are in this material world, there are so many problems. Man, not many problems. It is not many problems. This is the greatest fact I have. I know, Prabhupada, yes. Man, I also know that the whys and wherefores are of my particular. Prabhupada, yes. Man, I didn't come here, but let me explain my position. This isn't necessarily, I feel I must. I think the difference is to learn. You will find it innumerable times by the same token. Maybe we are able to reconcile the fact of the individual being for a long time to find why, to find out why. Prabhupada, turning to one of the boys, Roy, can you answer his question? It is a general question. You can answer, yes. Roy turns sympathetically to the rambling questioner, and Prabhupada addresses his audience. Enough questions. His voice now seemed tired and resigned. Let us have kirtan. And the lower east side once again awaits. The chanting begins, the brass cymbals, Prabhupada's voice carrying the melody, and the audience responding. It goes for half an hour and then stops. It is now 9. The audience sits before Swamiji while a boy brings him an apple, a small wooden bowl, and a knife. As most of the audience still sits and watches, gauging the after effects of the chanting as though it had been some kind of drugs. The Swami cuts the apple in half and then in fourths and then in eighths until there are many pieces. He takes one himself and asks one of the boys to pass the bowl around. Swamiji holds back his head and deftly pops a slice of apple into his mouth without touching his finger to his lips. He chews a little, ruminating, his lips closed. The members of the congregation munch silently on a little piece of apple. Prabhupada stands and slips into his shoes and exits through the side door. As Prabhupada retired to his apartment and his guests disappeared through the front door back into the city, Dawn and Ruffle would turn out the lights and lock the front door and go to sleep on the floor in their blankets. Dawn and Ruffle had needed a place to stay when they heard about the Swami's place. Prabhupada had a policy that any boy who expressed even a little interest in becoming his student could stay in the storefront and make it his home. Of course, Prabhupada would ask them to contribute towards their rent and meals, but if, like Dawn and Raffle, had no money, then it was still all right, provided they helped in other ways. Dawn and Raffle were the first two boys to take advantage of Prabhupada's offer. They were attracted to Swamiji and the chanting, but they weren't serious about his philosophy and the disciplines of devotional life. They had no job and no money. Their hair were long and unkempt, and they lived and slept in the same clothes day after day. Prabhupada stipulated that at least while they were on the premise, they could not break the rules. No intoxication, illicit sex, meat eating, or gambling. He knew these two brothers weren't serious students, but he allowed them to stay in hopes that gradually they would become serious. Often some wayfaring stranger would stop by, looking for a place to stay that night, and Don and Raffle would welcome him, an old white-bearded Indian turned Christian who was on walking mission, proclaiming to the end of the world, and whose feet was covered with bandages, once slept for a few nights on a wooden bench in the storefront. Some nights, as many as 10 drifters would seek shelter at the storefront, and Don and Raffle would admit to them, explaining that Swamiji didn't object as long as they got up early. Even drifters whose only interest was a free meal could stay, and after morning class and breakfast, they would usually drift off again into Maya. Dawn and Raffle were Swami's steady brothers. Although during the day they also went out, returning only for meal and sleep and evening chanting. Occasionally they would bathe and then they would use Swamiji's bathroom up in his apartment. Sometimes they would hang out in the storefront during the day, and if someone stopped by asking about Swami's classes, they would tell the people all they knew, which wasn't much. They admitted that they were really into Swami's philosophy and they didn't claim to be his followers. If someone persisted in inquiring about Swamiji's teaching, Don and Raffle would suggest, why don't you go up and talk to him? The Swami lives in an apartment building out back. Why don't you go up and see him? Prabhupada usually stayed in his apartment. Occasionally, he might look out his window and see through the back window of the storefront that the light in the closet-sized bathroom had needlessly been left burning, coming down to ask the boys to turn it off and not waste electricity. He might find a few boys lying on the floor talking or reading. Prabhupada would stand gravely, asking them not to leave the lights on, stressing the seriousness of wasting Krishna's energy and money. He would stand dressed in khadi, that coarse handloom cotton woven from hand-spun threads, a cloth that to Americans appeared somehow exotic. When the saffron color of Prabhupada's dhoti and chadra was exotic, produced from the traditional Indian dye, it was a dull, uneven fabric, different from anything Western. After Prabhupada turned off the light, the boys seemed to have nothing to say and nothing more appropriate to do than look with interest at him for a long, awkward moment. And Prabhupada and the Swami would leave without saying anything more. Money was scarce. From his evening meetings, he would usually collect about $5 or $6 in change and bills. Don talked of going up to New England to pick apples and bring back some money for the Swami. Raffle said something about some money coming. Prabhupada waited and depended on Krishna. Sometimes he would walk back and forth in the courtyard between the buildings. Seeming mysterious to the neighbors, he would chant on his bead, his hand deep in his bead bag. Mostly he kept to his room working. He had said during a lecture when living on the Bowery, I'm here always working at something, reading or writing, 24 hours. His mission of translating Srimad Bhagavatam, of presenting the complete work in 60 volumes of 400 pages each, could alone occupy all his days and nights. He worked at it whenever possible, sitting at his portable typewriter or translating the Sanskrit into English. He especially worked in the very early hours in the morning when he would not be interrupted. He would comb through the Sanskrit and Bengali commentaries of the great acharyas, following their explanations, selecting passages from them and adding his own knowledge and realization and then laboriously weaving it all together and typing out his Bhakti Vedanta purport. He had no means or immediate plans for financing the publication. He had no means or immediate plans for financing the publishing of further volumes, but he continued in the faith that somehow they would be published. He had a broad vision. He had a broad mission, broader even than translating Srimad Bhagavatam. So he gave much of his time, energy to meeting visitors. Had his only aim been to write, there would have been no need to have taken the risk and trouble of coming to America. Now, many people were coming, and an important part of his mission was to talk to them, convince them of Krishna consciousness. His visitors were usually young men who had recently come to live to the Lower East Side. He had no secretary to screen his visitors, nor did he have scheduled visiting hours. And whenever anyone happened by at any time from early morning to 10 at night, Prabhupada would stop his typing or translating and speak with them. It was an open neighborhood, and many visitors would come by right of the street. Some were serious, but many were not. Some even came intoxicated. Often they came not to inquire submissively, but to challenge. Once a young hippie on an LSD, found his way upstairs and sat opposite the Swami. Right now, I'm higher than you, he said. He announced, I am God. Prabhupada bowed his head slightly, his palms folded. Please accept my humble obeisances, he said. Then he asked God to please leave. Others admitted frankly that they were crazy, haunted by ghosts, and sought relief from their mental suffering. Lone Solomon. I was looking for spiritual center, places where one can go, not like stores where they ask you to leave, and where you can actually talk to people and try to understand the ultimate truth. I would come to the Swami knowing it was definitely a spiritual center. There were definitely something there. I wasn't drugged and disturbed with the notion that I must be God or something very important personality way out of proportion to my actual situation. It was actually in trouble, mentally deranged, because I was actually in trouble, mentally deranged, because of so much suffering. And I would kind of blow in to see him whenever I felt the whim to do so. I didn't make a point of going to his meeting, but a lot of times I would just come. One time I saw and spent the night there. I was always welcomed at any time to sleep in the storefront. I wanted to show the Swami what a sad case I was. So he should definitely do something for me. He told me to join him and he could solve my problem. But I wasn't ready. I was really into sex and I wanted to know what he meant by illicit sex. What was his definition? He said to me, this means sex outside of marriage. But I wasn't satisfied with the answer. And I asked him for more details. He told me to first consider the answer he had given me and then come back the next day and he would tell me more. Then I showed up with a girl. The Swami came to the door and said, I'm very busy. I have my work. I have my translating. I cannot talk with you now. Well, that was the only time he didn't offer me full hospitality and full attention and talk with me as many questions as I had. So I left immediately with the girl. He was correct in his perception that I was simply going to see him just to try to impress the girl. He saw through it right away and he rejected that kind of association. But every time I came, I was in trouble and he always helped me. Sometimes young men would come with scholarly pretensions to test the Swami's knowledge of Bhagavad Gita. You have read the Gita, Prabhupada would say. So what is your conclusion? If you claim to know the Gita, then you should know the conclusion that Krishna is presenting. But most people didn't think that there was supposed to be a definite conclusion to the Gita. Even if there was such conclusion, they didn't mean they were supposed to arrange their life around it. The Gita was a spiritual book, and you didn't have to follow it.
One young man approached the Swami asking, "What book will you lecture from next week? Will you be teaching the Tibetan Book of the Dead?" As if Prabhupada would teach spirituality like a college survey course in world religions. "Everything is there in Bhagavad Gita," Prabhupada replied. "We could study one verse for 3 months." And there were other questions. "What about Camus? What is his philosophy?" Prabhupada would ask. He says everything is absurd, and the only philosophical question is whether to commit suicide. That means everything is absurd for him. The material world is absurd, but there is a spiritual world beyond this one. That means he does not know the soul. The soul cannot be killed. Adherents of various thinkers approached him. "What about Nietzsche, Kafka, Timothy Leary, Bob Dylan?" Prabhupada would ask what their philosophy was, and the particular follower would have to explain and defend his favorite intellectual hero. "We're all mental speculators," Prabhupada would say. "Here in this material world, we are all conditioned souls. Your knowledge is imperfect. Your senses are blunt. What good is your opinion? We have to hear from the perfect authority, Krishna." Do you mean to say that none of the great thinkers are God conscious? A boy asked. Their sincerity is their God consciousness. But if we want perfect knowledge of God, then we have to consult Shastra. Often there were challenges, but under the Swami's stare and hard logic, the challenger would usually trade off into thoughtful silence. Is the spiritual knowledge of China advanced? Prabhupada would sometimes answer simply by making a sour face. Well, I am a follower of Vedanta myself. Do you know what Vedanta means? What is the first aphorism of the Vedanta Sutra? Do you know? No, Then how can you speak of Vedanta? Vedaisha sarvair ahameva vedyaha. Krishna says that he is the goal of Vedanta. So if you are a Vedantist, then you must become Krishna conscious. What about Buddha? Do you follow him? No. No, you just talk. Why don't you follow? Follow Krishna, follow Christ, follow Buddha, but don't just talk. This sounds the same as Christianity. How is it any different? It is the same, love of God. But who is a Christian? Who follows? The Bible teaches, thou shalt not kill. But all over the world, Christians are expert in killing. Do you know that? I believe the Christians say that Jesus Christ died for our sins. So why are you still sinning? Although Prabhupada was a stranger to America, they were strangers to absolute knowledge. Whenever anyone would come to see him, he wouldn't waste time. He talked philosophy, reason, and argument. He constantly argued against atheism and impersonalism. He spoke strongly to prove the existence of God and the universality of Krishna consciousness. He talked often and vigorously, day and night, meeting all kinds of questions and philosophies. He would listen also, and he heard a wide range of local testimonies. He heard the dissatisfaction of young Americans with the war and with American society. One boy told him he didn't want to get married because he couldn't find a chaste girl. It was better to go with prostitutes. Another confided that his mother had planned to abort him, but at the last moment, his grandmother had convinced her not to. He heard from homosexuals. Someone told him that a set of New Yorkers considered it chic to eat the flesh of aborted babies. And in every case, he told them the truth. He talked with Marxists and explained that although Marx says that everything is the property of the state, the fact is that everything is the property of God. Only spiritual communism, which puts God in the center, can actually be successful. He discounted LSD visions as hallucinations and explained how God can be seen factually and what God looks like. Although these one-time visitors came and went away, a few new friends began to stay on, watching the Swami deal with different guests. They began to appreciate the Swami's arguments, his concern for people, and his devotion to Krishna. He seemed actually to know how to help people, and he invariably offered them Krishna consciousness as much as they could take as a solution to their problems. A few began to take the Swami's message to heart. We shall call our society ISKCON. Prabhupada had laughed playfully when he first coined the acronym. He had initiated the legal work of incorporation that spring while still living on the Bowery. But even before its legal beginning, he had been talking about his International Society for Krishna Consciousness. And so it had appeared in letters to India and in the Village Voice. A friend had suggested a title that would sound more familiar to Westerners, International Society for God Consciousness. But Prabhupada had insisted Krishna consciousness. God was a vague term, whereas Krishna was exact and scientific. God consciousness was spiritually weaker, less personal. And if Westerners didn't know that Krishna was God, then the International Society for Krishna Consciousness would tell them by spreading his glories in every town and village. Krishna consciousness was Prabhupada's own rendering of a phrase from Srila Rupa Goswami's Padyavali, written in the 16th century. Krishna Bhakti Rasa Bhavita, to be absorbed in the mellow taste of executing devotional service to Krishna. But to register ISKCON legally as a non-profit tax-exempt religion required money and a lawyer. Carl Jurgens had already gained some experience in forming religious, political, and social welfare groups. And when he had met Prabhupada on the Bowery, he had agreed to help. He had contacted his lawyer, Stephen Goldsmith. Stephen Goldsmith, a young Jewish lawyer with a wife and 2 children and an office on Park Avenue, was interested in spiritual movements. When Carl told him about Prabhupada's plans, he was immediately fascinated by the idea of setting up a religious corporation for an Indian Swami. He visited Prabhupada at 76 2nd Avenue and they discussed incorporation, tax exemption, Prabhupada's immigration status, and Krishna consciousness. Mr. Goldsmith visited Prabhupada several times. Once he brought his children, who liked the soup the Swami cooked. He began attending the evening lectures where he was often the only non-hippie member of the congregation. One evening, having completed all the legal groundwork and being ready to complete the procedures for incorporation, Mr. Goldsmith came to Prabhupada's lecture and Kirtana to get signatures from the trustees for the new society. July 11, Prabhupada is lecturing. Mr. Goldsmith, wearing slacks and a shirt and tie, sits on the floor near the door, listening earnestly to the lecture despite the distracting noises from the neighborhood. Prabhupada has been explaining how scholars misled innocent people with non-devotional interpretations of the Bhagavad Gita, and now, in recognition of the attorney's respectable presence and as if to catch Mr. Goldsmith's attention better, he introduces him into the subject of the talk. I'll give you a practical example of how things are misinterpreted. Just like our president, Mr. Goldsmith, he knows that expert lawyers by interpretation can do so many things. When I was in Calcutta, there was a rent tax passed by the government. Some expert lawyer changed the whole thing by his interpretation. The government had to reenact a whole law because their purpose was foiled by the interpretation of this lawyer. So we are not out for foiling the purpose of Krishna, for which the Bhagavad Gita was spoken. But unauthorized persons are trying to foil the purpose of Krishna. Therefore, that is unauthorized. All right, Mr. Goldsmith, you can ask anything. Mr. Goldsmith stands, and to the surprise of the people gathered, he makes a short announcement asking for signers on an incorporation document for the Swami's new religious movement. Prabhupada, they are present here. You can take the addresses now. Mr. Goldsmith, I can take them now? Yes. Prabhupada, yes, you can. Bill, you can give your address, and Raphael, you can give yours, and Don, Roy, Mr. Green. As the meeting breaks up, those called on to sign as trustees came forward, standing around in the little storefront, waiting to leave cursorily through the pages the lawyer has produced from his thin attaché and to sign as he directs. Yet not a soul among them is committed to Krishna consciousness. Mr. Goldsmith meets his quota of signers, a handful of sympathizers with enough reverence toward the Swami to want to help him. The first trustees, who will hold office for a year until the first annual meeting of the corporation, are Michael Grant, who puts down his name and address without ever reading the document, Mike's girlfriend Jan, and James Green. No one seriously intends to undertake any formal duties as trustee of the religious society, but they are happy to help the Swami by signing his fledgling society into legal existence. According to law, a second group of trustees will assume office for the second year. They are Paul, Gardiner, Roy, and Don. The trustees for the third year are Carl Jurgens, Bill Epstein, and Raphael. None of them know exactly what half a dozen legal size type pages mean, except that Swamiji is forming a society. Why? For tax exemption, in case someone gives a big donation, and for other benefits an official religious society might receive. But these purposes hardly seem urgent or even relevant to the present situation. Who's going to make donations? Except maybe for Mr. Goldsmith, who has any money. But Prabhupada is planning for the future, and he is planning for much more than just tax exemptions. He is trying to serve his spiritual predecessors and fulfill the scriptural prediction of a spiritual movement that is to flourish for 10,000 years in the midst of the age of Kali. Within the vast Kali age, a period which is to last 432,000 years, the 1960s are but an insignificant moment. The Vedas describe that the time of the universe revolves through a cycle of 4 seasons or yugas, and Kali Yuga is the worst of times in which all spiritual qualities of men diminish until humanity is finally reduced to a bestial civilization devoid of human decency. However, the Vedic literature foretells a golden age of spiritual life beginning after the advent of Lord Chaitanya and lasting for 10,000 years, an eddy that runs against the current of Kali Yuga. With a vision that soars off to the end of the millennium and beyond, yet with his 2 feet solidly on the ground of Second Avenue, Prabhupada has begun an international society for Krishna consciousness. He has many practical responsibilities, paying the rent, incorporating his society, and paving the way for a thriving worldwide congregation of devotees. Yet he doesn't see his humble beginning as limiting the greater scope of his divine mission. He knows that everything depends on Krishna, so whether he succeeds or fails, it is up to the Supreme. He has only to try. The purposes stated within ISKCON's articles of incorporation reveal Prabhupada's thinking. There were 7 points, similar to those given in the prospectus for the League of Devotees he formed in Jhansi, India in 1953. That attempt had been unsuccessful, yet his purposes remained unchanged. 7 purposes of the International Society for Krishna Consciousness. A. To systematically propagate spiritual knowledge to society at large and to educate all peoples in the techniques of spiritual life in order to check the imbalance of values in life and to achieve real unity and peace in the world. B. To propagate a consciousness of Krishna as it is revealed in the Bhagavad Gita and Srimad Bhagavatam. C. To bring the members of the society together with each other and nearer to Krishna, the prime entity, thus to develop the idea within the members and humanity at large that each soul is part and parcel of the quality of Godhead Krishna. To teach and encourage the Sankirtan movement, congregational chanting of the holy name of God as revealed in the teachings of Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. E. To erect for the members and for society at large a holy place of transcendental pastimes dedicated to the personality of Krishna. F. To bring the members closer together for the purpose of teaching a simpler and more natural way of life. G. With a view towards achieving the aforementioned purposes, to publish and distribute periodicals, magazines, books, and other writings. Regardless of what ISKCON's charter members thought of the society's purposes, Prabhupada saw them as imminent realities. As Mr. Reuben, the subway conductor who had met Prabhupada on a Manhattan park bench in 1965 had noted, he seemed to know that he would have temples filled up with devotees. There are temples and books, he said. They are existing, they are there, but the time is separating us from them. The first purpose mentioned in the charter was propagation, preaching. Preaching was the word Prabhupada most often used. For him, preaching had a much broader significance than mere sermonizing. Preaching meant glorious, selfless adventures on behalf of the Supreme Lord. Lord Chaitanya had preached by walking all over South India and causing thousands of people to chant and dance with him in ecstasy. Lord Krishna had preached the Bhagavad Gita while standing with Arjuna in his chariot on the battlefield of Kurukshetra. Lord Buddha had preached, Lord Jesus had preached, and all pure devotees preached. ISKCON's preaching would achieve what the League of Nations and the United Nations had failed to achieve: real unity and peace in the world. ISKCON workers would bring peace to a world deeply afflicted by materialism and strife. They would systematically propagate spiritual knowledge, knowledge of the non-sectarian science of God. It was not that a new religion was being born in July of 1966. Rather, the eternal preaching of Godhead, known as Sankirtana, was being transplanted from east to west. The society's members would join together, and by hearing the teachings of Bhagavad Gita and Srimad Bhagavatam, and by chanting the Hare Krishna mantra, they would come to realize that each was a spirit soul, eternally related to Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. They would then preach this to humanity at large, especially through Sankirtana, the chanting of the holy name of God. ISKCON would also erect a holy place of transcendental pastimes dedicated to the personality of Krishna. Was this something beyond the storefront? Yes, certainly. He never thought small. He seemed to know that he would have temples filled up with devotees. He wanted ISKCON to demonstrate a simple, more natural way of life. Such a life, Prabhupada thought of the villages of India, where people lived just as Krishna had lived, was most conducive to developing Krishna consciousness. And all 6 of these purposes would be achieved by the 7th. ISKCON would publish and distribute literature. This was a special instruction Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakura had given to Srila Prabhupada. He had specifically told him one day in 1932 at Radha Kunda in Vrindavana, if you ever get money, publish books. Certainly, none of the signers saw any immediate shape to the Swami's dream. Yet these 7 purposes were not simply theistic rhetoric invented to convince a few New York state government officials. Prabhupada meant to enact every item in the charter. Of course, he was now working in extremely limited circumstances. The principal place of worship, located at 26 2nd Avenue in the city, county, and state of New York, was the sole headquarters for the International Society for Krishna Consciousness. Yet Prabhupada insisted that he was not living at 26 2nd Avenue, New York City. His vision was transcendental. His Guru Maharaj had gone out from the traditional holy places of spiritual meditation to preach in cities like Calcutta, Bombay, and Delhi. And yet Prabhupada would say that his spiritual master had not really been living in any of those cities, but was always in Vaikuntha, the spiritual world, because of his absorption and devotional service. Similarly, the place of worship, 26 2nd Avenue, was not a New York storefront, a former curiosity shop. The storefront and the apartment had been spiritualized and were now a transcendental haven. Society at large could come here, the whole world could take shelter here, regardless of race or religion. Plain, small, and impoverished as it was, Prabhupada regarded the storefront as a holy place of transcendental pastimes dedicated to the personality of Krishna. It was a world headquarters, a publishing house, a sacred place of pilgrimage, and a center from which an army of devotees could issue forth and chant the holy names of God in all the streets in the world. The entire universe could receive Krishna consciousness from the International Society for Krishna Consciousness, which was beginning here. In Keith, Prabhupada had a serious follower. Within a week of their meeting, Keith had moved out of the Mott Street apartment and was living with Prabhupada. He still dressed in his ragged denim shorts and t-shirt, but he began to do all the Swami's shopping and cooking. While in India, Keith had learned some of the etiquette of reverence toward a holy man and the principles of discipleship. His friends watched him curiously as he dedicated himself to the Swami. Keith, I saw that he was cooking, so I asked him if I could help, and he was very happy at the suggestion. The first couple of times he took me shopping, and after that I mostly did it. He showed me how to make chapatis without a rolling pin by pressing out the dough with your fingers. Every day we would make chapatis, rice, dal, and curries. So Keith became the dependable cook and housekeeper in Prabhupada's apartment. Meanwhile, at the Mott Street apartment, the roommates' favorite topic for discussion was their relationship with the Swami. Everyone thought it was a serious relationship. They knew Swamiji was Guru. And when they heard that he would be giving daily classes at 6 a.m. up in his apartment, they were eager to attend. Keith, I used to walk along the Bowery and look for flowers for him. When there were no flowers, I would take a straw or some grass. I loved going over there in the morning. Howard, I would walk very briskly over to Swamiji's, chanting Hare Krishna, feeling better than ever before. Miraculously, the Lower East Side no longer looked drab. The sidewalks and buildings seemed to sparkle, and in the early morning before the smog set in, the sky was red and golden. Chuck, I brought a few grapes and came to the door of the Swami. This was all new. Previously, I would always walk around McDougall Street toward Bohemia, aesthetic New York, and now I was walking to the Lower East Side toward the business district where there were no freaks, artists, or musicians, but simply straight buildings. And somehow, outside the carnival atmosphere, there was the richest attraction for the senses and the heart. Howard, I would sing all the way to the foyer, then ring the buzzer marked AC Bhaktivedanta Swami, and the door would buzz and open, and I would walk through the hallway into the small patio and up to his small second-floor apartment, tiptoeing quietly so as not to wake up the neighbors. Chuck, I came into the hall of his building and there were many, many names printed on plaques over the mailboxes. I immediately found the name AC Bhaktivedanta Swami handwritten on a slip of torn paper. slipped into one of the slots. I rang the buzzer and waited. After a few moments, the door buzzed loudly, and I entered through the security lock. I walked through the small garden into the rare building and upstairs. Prabhupada held his classes for almost 2 months in the privacy of his room, the same room where he typed and talked to guests. To Keith, it was not simply a class in philosophy, but a mystical experience of sweetness. Keith, the sound of his voice, the sun coming up, we'd chant for a few minutes softly, clapping hands, and Swamiji would speak. The thing that got me most was simply the sound of his voice, especially while he was chanting Sanskrit. It was like music to my ears to hear him speak the raw sound. So as not to disturb the neighbors, Prabhupada would say, chant softly, and he asked the boys to clap softly, so softly that their hands barely touched. Then he would chant the prayers to the spiritual master, Samsara Dava Nala Litha Loka. The spiritual master is receiving benediction from the ocean of mercy. Just as a cloud pours water on a forest fire to extinguish it, so the spiritual master extinguishes the blazing fire of material existence. With his eyes closed, he sat singing softly in the dim morning light. The few who attended, Keith, Howard, Chuck, Steve, Wally, sat entranced. Never before had the Swami been so appreciated. Chuck, the Swami was sitting there, and in the mornings he would look not shiny and brilliant, but very withdrawn. He looked as if he could sit like a stone, maybe forever. His eyes were only two tiny slits of glistening light. He took out his cymbals and played lightly on the edge. 1, 2, 3. And he began to sing in a deep voice that was almost atonal in its intervals. It was a melody monotone that did not express happiness or sadness, a timeless chant that told no story. We chanted along with him as best we could, but several times Swamiji stopped and said softly. After about 30 minutes of chanting, we stopped. Then he opened his eyes wider and said, we must chant softly because sometimes the neighbors are complaining. After singing, the Swami would give one of the boys a copy of Dr. Radhakrishnan's edition of Bhagavad Gita to read aloud from. He would correct their mispronunciations and then explain each verse. Because there were only a few people present, there was always ample time for everyone to discuss the philosophy. The class would sometimes run an hour and a half and cover 3 or 4 verses. Steve, Swamiji mentioned that mangoes were the king of all fruits, and he even mentioned that they were not easily available in this country. It occurred to me that I could bring him mangoes. There was a store on First Avenue that always kept a stock of fresh mangoes in the cooler. I began a regular habit. Every day after getting off work, I would purchase one nice mango and bring it to Swamiji. Wally, some of the boys would say, I am doing this for the Swami. So I went to him and said, is there something I can do for you? So he told me I could take notes in his class. The boys were sure that their service to Swamiji was spiritual, devotional service. By serving the spiritual master, who was a representative of Krishna, you were serving Krishna directly. One morning, Prabhupada told Howard that he needed help in spreading the philosophy of Krishna consciousness. Howard wanted to help, so he offered to type the Swami's manuscript of Srimad Bhagavatam. Howard, the first words of the first verse read, O the king. And naturally, I wondered whether O was the king's name and the king stood in opposition. After some time, I figured out that O king was intended instead. Oh, I didn't make the correction without his permission. Yes, he said, change it then. I began to point out a few changes and inform him that if he wanted, I could make corrections. And that I had a master's in English and taught last year at Ohio State. Oh yes, Swamiji said, do it, put it nicely. He was giving them the idea of devotional service. A devotee may not be perfect at first, he said, but if he is engaged in service, once that service has begun, he can be purified. Service is always there in the material world or the spiritual, but service in the material world could not bring satisfaction to the self. Only bhakti, purified service rendered to Krishna could do that. And the best way to serve Krishna was to serve the representative of Krishna. They picked it up quickly. It was something you could do easily. It was not difficult like meditation. It was activity. You did something, but you did it for Krishna. They had seen Swamiji respond to the Bowery bum who had come with a gift of toilet paper. Just see, Swamiji had said, he is not in order, but he thought, let me give some service. But service had to be done voluntarily, out of love, not by force. Wally, Swamiji once asked me, do you think you could wear the Vaishnava Tilaka when you are on the streets? I said, well, I would feel funny doing it, but if you want me to, I will. And Swamiji said, no, I don't ask you to do anything you don't want to. Steve, one day when I brought my daily mango to him, he was in his room surrounded by devotees. I gave him my mango and sat down, and he said, very good boy. The way he said it, as if I were just a tiny little boy, made everyone in the room laugh, and I felt foolish. Swamiji, however, then changed their mood by saying, no, this is actually love. This is Krishna consciousness, and they didn't laugh. When Howard first volunteered to do editing, he spent the whole morning working in Swamiji's room. If there is any more typing, Howard said, let me know. I could take it back to Mount Street and type there. More? There's lots more, Swamiji said. He opened the closet and pulled out 2 large bundles of manuscripts tied in saffron cloth. There were thousands of pages, single-spaced manuscripts of Prabhupada's translations of the Srimad Bhagavatam. Howard stood before them astonished. It's a lifetime of typing, he said. And Prabhupada smiled and said, oh yes, many lifetimes. Because of Prabhupada's presence and the words that he spoke there and the kirtanas, everyone was already referring to the storefront as the temple. But still, it was just a bare, squalid storefront. The inspiration to decorate the place came from the Mott Street boys. How Howard, Keith, and Wally devised a scheme to surprise the Swami when he came to the evening kirtana. Wally removed the curtains from their apartment, took them to the laundromat, where they turned the water dark brown from filth, where they turned the water dark brown from filth, and then dyed them purple. The Mott Street apartment was decorated with posters, paintings, and large decorative silk hangings that Howard and Keith had brought back from India. The boys gathered up all their pictures, tapestries, incense burners, and other paraphernalia and took them, along with the purple curtains, to the storefront, where they began their day of decorating. At the storefront, the boys constructed a wooden platform for Prabhupada to sit on and covered it with old velvet cloth. Behind the platform, on the rear wall between the 2 windows to the courtyard, they hung the purple curtains, flanked by a pair of orange ones. Against one orange panel, just above Swamiji's sitting place, they hung a large original painting of Radha and Krishna on a circular canvas that James Green had done. Prabhupada had commissioned James, giving him the dust jacket from his Srimad Bhagavatam with its crude Indian drawing as a model. The figures of Radha and Krishna were somewhat abstract, but the Lower East Side critics who frequented the storefront hailed the work as a wonderful achievement. Keith and Howard were less confident that Prabhupada would approve of their paintings and prints from India, so they hung them near the street side of the temple, away from Swamiji's seat. One of these prints, well known in India, was of Hanuman carrying a mountain through the sky to Lord Ramchandra. The boys had no idea what kind of being Hanuman was. They thought perhaps he was a cat, because of the shape of his upper lip. Then there was the picture of a male person with 6 arms, 2 arms painted greenish, held a bow and arrow, another pair bluish held a flute, and the third pair golden held a stick and bowl. By late afternoon, they had covered the sitting platform, hung the curtains, tucked up the decorative silks and printed prints, and hung the paintings, and were decorating the dais with flowers and candlestick. Someone brought a pillow for Swamiji to sit on and a faded cushion from an overstuffed chair for a backrest. In addition to the Mott Street cash, Robert Nelson took one of his grandfather's Belgian-style oriental rugs from his garage in the suburbs and brought it by subway to 26 2nd Avenue. Even Raphael and Don took part in the decorating. The secret was well kept, and the boys waited to see Swamiji's response. That night, when he walked in to begin the kirtana, he looked at the newly decorated temple. There was even incense burning, and he raised his eyebrows in satisfaction. You are advancing, he said as he looked around the room, smiling broadly. Yes, he added, this is Krishna consciousness. His sudden happy mood seemed almost like their reward for their earnest labors. He then stepped up onto the platform, while the boys held their breaths, hoping it would be sturdy, and he sat looking out at the devotees and the decorations. They had pleased him, but he now assumed a feature of extreme gravity, and though they knew he was certainly the same Swamiji, their titterings stuck in their throats, and their happy glances to each other suddenly abated in uncertainty and nervousness. As they regarded Swamiji's gravity, their joy of a few moments before seemed suddenly childish. As a cloud quickly covers the sun like a dark shade, Prabhupada changed his mood from jolly to grave, and they spontaneously resolved to become equally grave and sober. He picked up the kartalas and again smiled a ray of appreciation, and their hearts beamed back. The temple was still a tiny storefront with many hidden and unhidden cockroaches, a tilted floor, and poor lighting. But because many of the decorations were from India, it had an authentic atmosphere, especially with Swamiji present on the dais. Now guests who entered were suddenly in a little Indian temple. My grand. I came one evening and all of a sudden there were carpets on the floor, pictures on the wall, and paintings. Just all of a sudden it had blossomed and was full of people. I was amazed how in just a matter of days people had brought so many wonderful things. When I came that evening and saw how it had been decorated, I wasn't so much worried that he was going to make it. I thought it was really beginning to take hold now. Prabhupada looked at his group of followers. He was moved by their offering him a seat of honor and their attempts at decorating Krishna's storefront. To see a devotee make an offering to Krishna was not new for him, but this was new. In New York, this horrible place, the seed of bhakti was growing, and naturally, as a gardener of that tender sprout, he was touched by Krishna's mercy. Glancing at the pictures on the wall, he said, "Tomorrow I will come to look at the pictures and tell you which are good." The next day, Prabhupada came down to appraise the new artwork on display. One framed watercolor painting was of a man playing a drum while a girl danced. This one is all right, he said. But another painting of a woman was more mundane, and he said, "No, this painting is not so good." He walked to the back of the temple, followed anxiously by Howard, Keith, and Wally. When he came upon the painting of the six-armed person, he said, "Oh, this is very nice." "Who is it?" Wally asked. "This is Lord Chaitanya," Prabhupada replied. "Why does he have 6 arms?" "Because he showed himself to be both Rama and Krishna. These are the arms of Rama and these are the arms of Krishna." "What are the other 2 arms?" Keith asked. "Those are the arms of a sannyasi." He went to the next picture. "This is also very nice." Who is it?" Howard asked. "This is Hanuman." "Is he a cat?" "No," Prabhupada replied. "He's a monkey." Hanuman is glorified in the scripture Ramayana as the valiant, faithful servant of Lord Ramchandra. Millions of Indians worship the incarnation of Lord Rama and his servitor Hanuman, whose exploits are perennially exhibited in cinema, art, and temple worship. In not knowing who Hanuman was, the Mott Street boys were no less ignorant than the old ladies uptown who, when Prabhupada had asked whether any of them had seen a picture of Krishna, had all stared blankly. The Lower East Side mystics didn't know Hanuman from a cat, and they had brought back from their hashish version of India a picture of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu without even knowing who he was. Yet there was an important difference between these boys and the ladies uptown. The boys were serving Swamiji and chanting Hare Krishna. They were through with material life and the middle class work reward syndrome. Their hearts had awakened to Swamiji's promise of expanded Krishna consciousness, and they sensed in his personal company something exalted. Like the Bowery bum who had donated toilet paper during Prabhupada's lecture, the Lower East Side boys did not have their minds quite in order, and yet, as Prabhupada saw it, Krishna was guiding them from within their heart. Prabhupada knew they would change for the better by chanting and hearing about Krishna. The summer of 1966 moved into August, and Prabhupada kept good health. For him, these were happy days. New Yorkers complained of the summer heat waves, but this caused no inconvenience inconvenience to one accustomed to the 100-degree plus temperatures of Vrindavana's blazing summers. It is like India, he said, and as he went without a shirt, seeming relaxed and at home. He had thought that in America he would have to subsist on boiled potatoes, otherwise there would be nothing but meat. But here he was happily eating the same rice, dal, and chapatis and cooking on the same three-stacked cooker as in India. Work on the Srimad Bhagavatam had also gone on regularly since he had moved into the Second Avenue apartment. And now Krishna was bringing these sincere young men who were cooking, typing, hearing him regularly, chanting Hare Krishna and asking for more. Prabhupada was still a solitary preacher, free to stay or go, writing his book in his own intimate relationship with Krishna, quite independent of the boys in the storefront. But now he had taken the International Society for Krishna Consciousness as his spiritual child. The inquiring young men, some of whom had already been chanting steadily for over a month, were like stumbling spiritual infants, and he felt responsible for guiding them. They were beginning to consider him their spiritual master, trusting him to lead them into spiritual life. Although they were unable to immediately follow the multifarious rules that Brahmanas and Vaishnavas in India followed, he was hopeful. According to Rupa Goswami, the most important principle was that one should somehow or other become Krishna conscious. People should chant Hare Krishna and render devotional service. They should engage whatever they had in the service of Krishna. And Prabhupada was exercising this basic principle of Krishna consciousness to the furthest limit the history of Vaishnavism had ever seen. Although he was engaging the boys in cooking and typing, Prabhupada was not doing any less himself. Rather, for every sincere soul who came forward to ask for service, 100 came who wanted not to serve but to challenge. Speaking to them, sometimes shouting and pounding his fists, Prabhupada defended Krishna against the Mayavada philosophy. This was also his service to Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakura. He had not come to America to retire. So with the passing of each new day came yet another confirmation that his work and his followers and his challengers would only increase. How much he could do was up to Krishna. I am an old man, he said. I may go away at any moment. But if he were to go away now, certainly Krishna consciousness would also go away, because the Krishna consciousness society was nothing but him. His figure leading the chanting while his head moved back and forth in small motions of ecstasy. His figure walking in and out of the temple, through the courtyard or into the apartment, his person sitting down smilingly to discuss philosophy by the hour. He was the sole bearer and maintainer of the small, fragile, controlled atmosphere of Krishna consciousness on New York's Lower East Side. Chapter 19, Planting the Seed. Does what you told us this morning, Howard asked, mean we are supposed to accept the spiritual master to be God? That means he is due the same respect as God, being God's representative. Prabhupada replied calmly. Then he is not God. No, Prabhupada said, God is God. The spiritual master is his representative. Therefore, he is as good as God because he can deliver God to the sincere disciple. Is that clear? From dialogue with Hayagriva. August 1966. It was makeshift, a storefront turned temple and a two-room apartment transformed into the Guru's residence and study. But it was complete nonetheless. It was a complete monastery amid the city slums. The temple, the storefront, was quickly becoming known among the hip underground of the Lower East Side. The courtyard was a strangely peaceful place for aspiring monks with its little garden, bird sanctuary, and trees. Squeezed in between the front and rear buildings, the Swami's back room was the inner sanctum of the monastery. Each room had a flavor all its own, or rather it took on its particular character from the Swami's activities there. The temple room was his kirtana and lecture hall. The lecture was always serious and formal. Even from the beginning, then there was no dais and he had to sit on a straw mat facing a few guests. It was clear he was here to instruct, not to invite casual give and take dialogue. Questions had to wait until he finished speaking. The audience would sit on the floor and listen for 45 minutes as he delivered the Vedic knowledge intact, always speaking on the basis of Vedic authority. Quoting Sanskrit, quoting the previous spiritual masters, delivering perfect knowledge supported with reason and argument. While contending with noises of the street, he lectured with exacting scholarship and deeply committed devotion. It appeared that he had long ago mastered all the references and conclusions of his predecessors and had even come to anticipate all intellectual challenges. He also held kirtanas in the storefront. Like the lectures, the kirtanas were serious, but they were not so formal. Prabhupada was lenient during kirtana. Visitors would bring harmoniums, wooden flutes, guitars, and they would follow the melody or create their own improvisations. Someone brought an old string bass and bow, and an inspired guest could always pick up and bow and play along. Some of the boys had found the innards of an upright piano waiting on the curb with someone's garbage, and they had brought it to the temple and placed it near the entrance. During a kirtana, freewheeling guests would run their hands over the wires, creating strange vibrations. Robert Nelson, several weeks back, had brought a large cymbal that now hung from the ceiling, dangling close by the Swami's dais. But there was a limit to the extravagance. Sometimes, when a newcomer picked up the kartalas and played them in a beat other than the standard 1, 2, 3, Swamiji would ask one of the boys to correct him, even at the risk of offending the guest. Father led the chanting and drummed with one hand on a small bongo. Even on his little bongo drum, he played Bengali mridanga rhythm so interesting that local conga drummer used to come just to hear. The Swami gets in some good licks. The Swami's kirtanas were a new high, and the boys would glance at each other with widening eyes and shaking heads as they responded to his chanting, comparing it to their previous drug experiences and signaling each other favorably. This is great. It is better than LSD. Hey man, I'm really getting high on this. And Prabhupada encouraged their newfound intoxication. As maestro of these kirtans, he was also expertly as Guru. Lord Chaitanya had, and Prabhupada brought the chanting to the Lower East Side just that way, a kindergarten of spiritual life. He once called the temple. Here he taught the ABCs of Krishna consciousness, lecturing from Bhagavad Gita and leading the group chanting of Hare Krishna. Sometimes after the final kirtana, he would invite those who were interested to join him for further talks in his apartment. In the back room of his apartment, Prabhupada was usually alone, especially in the early morning hours 2, 3, and 4 a.m., when almost no one else was awake. In these early hours, his room was silent and he worked alone in the intimacy of his relationship with Krishna. He would sit on the floor behind his suitcase desk, worshipping Krishna by typing the translations and purpose of his Srimad Bhagavatam. But the same back room was also used for meetings, and anyone who brought himself to knock on the Swami's door could enter and speak with him at any time face to face. Prabhupada would sit back from his typewriter and give his time to talking, listening, answering questions, sometimes arguing or joking. A visitor might sit alone with him for half an hour before someone else would knock and Swamiji would invite the newcomer to join them. New guests would come and others would go, but Swamiji stayed and sat and talked. Generally, visits were formal. His guests would ask philosophical questions and he would answer, much the same as after a lecture in the storefront. But occasionally, some of the boys who were becoming serious followers would monopolize his time, especially on Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, and Sunday nights, when there was no evening lecture in the temple. Often they would ask him personal questions. What was it like when he first came to New York? What about India? Did he have followers there? Where his family members live? Devotees of Krishna. Where his family members, devotees of Krishna. What was his spiritual master like? And then Prabhupada would talk in a different way, quieter, more intimate and humorous. He told how one morning in New York he had first seen snow and thought someone had whitewashed the buildings. He told how he had spoken at several churches in Butler, and when the boys asked what kind of churches they were, he smiled and replied, "I don't know," and they laughed with him. He would reminisce freely about the British control of India and about Indian politics. He told them it was not so much Gandhi as Subhash Chandra Bose who had liberated India. Subhash Chandra Bose had gone outside of India and started the Indian National Army. He entered into an agreement with Hitler that Indian soldiers fighting for British India who surrendered to the Germans could be returned to the Indian National Army to fight against the British. And it was this show of force by Bose, more than Gandhi's nonviolence, which led to India's independence. He talked of his childhood at the turn of the century when street lamps were gaslit and carriages and horse-drawn trams were the only vehicles on Calcutta's dusty streets. These talks charmed the boys even more than the transcendental philosophy of Bhagavad Gita and drew them affectionately to him. He told about his father, Gaur Mohan De, a pure Vaishnava. His father had been a cloth merchant, and his family had been intimately related with the aristocratic Maliks of Calcutta. The Maliks had a deity of Krishna, and Prabhupada's father had given him a deity to worship as a child. He used to imitate the worship of the Govinda deity in the Malik's temple. As a boy, he had held his own Rath Yatra festivals each year, imitating in miniature at the gigantic festival at Jagannath Puri, and his father's friends used to joke, "Oh, the Rath Yatra ceremony is going on at your home, and you do not invite us? What is this?" His father would reply, "This is a child's play, that's all." But the neighbor said, "Oh, child's play? You are avoiding us by saying it's for children?" Prabhupada fondly remembered his father, who had never wanted him to be a worldly man, who had given him lessons in Mridanga, and who had prayed to visiting sadhus that one day the boy would grow up to be a devotee of Radharani. One night he told how he had met his spiritual master. He told how he had begun his own chemical business but had left home and in 1959 had taken sannyasa. The boys were interested but so ignorant of the things Prabhupada was talking about that at the mention of a word like mridanga or sannyasa, they would have to ask what it meant. And he would go on conversational tangents describing Indian spices, Indian drums, even Indian women. And whatever he spoke about, he would eventually shine upon in the light of the Shastra. He did not ration out such talk, but gave it out abundantly by the hour, day after day, as long as there was a real live inquirer. At noon, the front room became a dining hall, and in the evenings, a place of intimate worship. Prabhupada had kept the room with its 12-foot square hardwood parquet floor clean and bare. The solitary coffee table against the wall between the two courtyard windows was the only furniture. Daily at noon, a dozen men were now taking lunch here with him. The meal was cooked by Keith, who spent the whole morning in the kitchen. At first, Keith had cooked only for the Swami. He had mastered the art of cooking dal, rice, and sabji in the Swami's 3-tiered boiler. And usually there had been enough for 1 or 2 guests as well. But soon more guests had begun to gather, and Prabhupada had told Keith to increase the quantity, abandoning the small 3-tiered cooker until he was cooking for 100 dozen hungry men. The boarders, Raphael and Don, though not so interested in the Swami's talk, would arrive punctually each day for prasadam, usually with a friend or two who had wandered into the storefront. Steve would drop by from his job at the welfare office. The Mott Street group would come, and there were others. The kitchen was stocked with standard Indian spices, fresh chilies, fresh ginger root, whole cumin seeds, turmeric, and asafoetida. Keith mastered the basic cooking techniques and passed them on to Chuck, who became his assistant. Some of the other boys would stand at the doorway of the narrow kitchenette to watch Keith As one thick pancake-like chapati after another blew up like an inflated ball over the open flame and then took its place in the steaming stack. While the fine basmati rice boiled to a moist, fluffy white finish and the Swamiji simmered and the sabji simmered, the noon cooking would climax with the chaunts. Keith prepared the chaunts exactly as Swamiji had shown him. Over the flame, he set a small metal cup, half filled with clarified butter, and then put in cumin seeds. When the seeds turned almost black, he added chilies. And as the chilies blackened, a choking smoke began to pour from the cup. Now the chaunts was ready. With his cook's tongs, Keith lifted the cup, its boiling, crackling mixture, fuming like a saucer's kettle, and brought it to the edge of the pot of boiling dal. He opened the tight cover slightly, dumped the whole chaunts into the dal and a thick He opened the tight cover slightly, dumped the boiling chaunts into the dal with a flick of his wrist, and immediately replaced the lid. Pow! The meeting of the chaunts and the dal created an explosion, which was then greeted by cheers from the doorway, signifying that the cooking was now complete. This final operation was so volatile that it once blew the top of the pot to the ceiling with a loud smash, causing minor burns to its hand. Some of the neighbors complained of acrid, penetrating fumes, but the devotees loved it. When lunch was ready, Swamiji would wash his hands and mouth in the bathroom and come out into the front room. His soft, pink-bottomed feet always bare, his saffron dhoti reaching down to his ankles. He would stand by the coffee table, which held the picture of Lord Chaitanya and his associates. While his own associates stood around him against the walls, Keith would bring in a tray of chapatis stacked by the dozens and place it on the floor before the altar table along with pots of rice, dal, and sabji. Swamiji would then recite the Bengali prayer for offering food to the Lord, and all present would follow him by bowing down, knees and head to the floor, and approximating the Bengali prayer one word at a time. While the steam and the mixed aromas drifted up like an offering of incense before the picture of Lord Chaitanya, the Swami's followers bowed their heads to the wooden floor and mumbled the prayer. Prabhupada then sat with his friends, eating the same prasadam as they, with the addition of a banana and a metal bowl full of hot milk. He would slice the banana by pushing it downward against the edge of the bowl, letting the slices fall into the hot milk. Prabhupada's open decree that everyone should eat as much prasadam as possible created a humorous mood and a family feeling. No one was allowed simply to sit, picking at his food, nibbling politely. They ate with the gusto Swamiji almost insisted upon. If he saw someone not eating heartily, he would call the person's name and smilingly protest. Why are you not eating? Take prasadam. And he would laugh. When I was coming to your country on the boat, he said, I thought, how will the Americans ever eat this food? And as the boys pushed their plates forward for more, Keith would serve seconds, more rice, dal, chapatis, and sabji. After all, it was spiritual. You were supposed to eat a lot. It would purify you. It would free you from Maya. Besides, it was good, delicious, spicy. This was better than American food. It was like chanting. It was far out. You got high from eating this food. They ate with the right hand, Indian style. Keith and Howard had already learned this and had even tasted similar dishes. But as they told the Swami and a room full of believers, the food in India had never been this good. One boy, Stanley, was quite young, and Prabhupada, almost like a doting father, watched over him as he ate. Stanley's mother had personally met Prabhupada and said that only if he took personal care of her son would she allow him to live in the monastery. Prabhupada complied. He diligently encouraged the boy until Stanley gradually took on a voracious appetite and began consuming 10 chapatis at a sitting. and would have taken more had Swamiji not told him to stop. But aside from Swamiji's limiting Stanley to 10 chapatis, the word was always more, take more. When Prabhupada was finished, he would rise and leave the room. Keith would catch a couple of volunteers to help him clean, and the others would leave. Occasionally, on a Sunday, Prabhupada himself would cook a feast with special Indian dishes. Steve, Swamiji personally cooked the prasadam and then served it to us upstairs in his front room. We all sat in rows, and I remember him walking up and down in between the rows of boys, passing before us with his bare feet and serving us with a spoon from different pots. He would ask, what did he want? What did we want? Did we want more of this? And he would serve us with pleasure. These dishes were not ordinary, but sweets and savories, like sweet rice and kachoris, with special tastes. Even after we had all taken a full plate, he would come back and ask us to take more. Once he came up to me and asked what I would like more of. Would I like some more sweet rice? In my early misconception of spiritual life, I thought I should deny myself what I liked best. So I asked for some more plain rice, but even that plain rice was fancy yellow rice with fried cheese balls. On off nights, his apartment was quiet. He might remain alone for the whole evening, typing and translating Srimad Bhagavatam or talking in a relaxed atmosphere to just one or two guests until 10. But on meeting nights, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, there was activity in every room of his apartment. He wasn't alone anymore. His new followers were helping him, and they shared in his spirit of trying to get people to chant Hare Krishna and hear of Krishna consciousness. In the back room, he worked on his translation of the Bhagavatam or spoke with guests up until 6. When he would go to take his bath, sometimes he would have to wait until the bathroom was free. He had introduced his young followers to the practice of taking 2 baths a day, and now he was sometimes inconvenienced by having to share his bathroom. After his bath, he would come into the front room where his assembled followers would sit around him. He would sit on a mat facing the picture of the Panchatattva, and after putting a few drops of water in his left palm from a small metal spoon and bowl, he would rub a lump of Vrindavana clay in the water, making a wet paste. He would then apply the clay markings of Vaishnava Tilaka, dipping into the yellowish paste in his left hand with the ring finger of his right. He would scrape wet clay from his palm, and while looking into a small mirror, which he held deftly between the thumb and pinky of his left hand, he would mark the vertical clay strip up his forehead and then trim the clay into 2 parallel lines by placing the little finger of his right hand between the eyebrows and running it upward past the hairline, clearing a path in the still moist clay. Then he marked 11 other places on his body, while the boys sat observing, sometimes asking questions or sometimes speaking their own understandings of Krishna consciousness. Prabhupada, my Guru Maharaja used to put on tilaka without a mirror. Devotee, did it come out neat? Prabhupada, neat or not neat, that doesn't matter. Yes, it was also neat. Prabhupada would then silently recite the Gayatri mantra. Holding this Brahmana's sacred thread and looping it around his right thumb, he would sit erect, silently moving his lips. His bare shoulders and arms were quite thin, as was his chest. But he had a round, slightly protruding belly. His complexion was as satiny smooth as a young boy's, except for his face, which bore signs of age. The movements of his hands were methodical, aristocratic, yet delicate. He picked up two brass bells in his left hand and began ringing them. Then, lighting two sticks of incense from the candle near the picture of Lord Chaitanya and his associates, he began waving the incense slowly in small circles before Lord Chaitanya. While still ringing the bells, he looked deeply at the picture and continued cutting spirals of fragrant smoke, all the while ringing the bells. None of the boys knew what he was doing, although he did it every evening. But it was a ceremony, it meant something. The boys began to call the ceremony bells. After bells, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, it would usually be the time for the evening kirtana. Some of the devotees would already be downstairs greeting guests and explaining about the Swami and the chanting. But without the Swami, nothing could begin. No one knew how to sing or drum, and no one dared think of leading the mantra chanting without him. Only when he entered at 7 o'clock could they begin. Freshly showered and dressed in his clean Indian hand-woven cloth, his arms and body decorated with the arrow-like Vaishnava markings, Prabhupada would leave his apartment and go downstairs to face another ecstatic opportunity to glorify Krishna. The tiny temple would be crowded with wild, unbrahmanical, candid young Americans. Dawn was a test of Swamiji's tolerance. He had lived in the storefront for months, working little and not trying to change his habits. He had a remarkable speech affection. Instead of talking, he enunciated his words as if he were reciting them from a book. And he never used contractions. It wasn't that he was intellectual, just that somehow he had developed a plan to abolish his natural dialect. Dawn's speech struck people as bizarre, like it might be the result of too many drugs. It gave him the air of being not an ordinary being. And he continuously took marijuana even after Swamiji had asked those who lived with him not to. Sometimes during the day, his girlfriend would join him in the storefront, and they would sit together talking intimately and sometimes kissing. But he liked the Swami. He even gave some money once. He liked living in the storefront, and Swamiji didn't complain. But others did. One day, as interested newcomer dropped by the storefront and found Dawn alone, surrounded by the sharp aroma of marijuana. You've been smoking pot, but the Swami doesn't want anyone smoking here. Dawn denied it. I have not been smoking. You are not speaking the truth. The boy then reached in Dawn's shirt pocket and pulled out a joint, and Dawn hit him in the face. Several of the boys found out. They weren't sure what was right. What would the Swami do? What do you do if someone smokes pot, even though a devotee was not supposed to? Could it be allowed sometimes? They put the matter before Swamiji. Prabhupada took it very seriously and he was upset, especially about the violence. He hit you? He asked the boy. I will go down myself and kick him in the head. But then Prabhupada thought about it and said that Dawn should be asked to leave. But Dawn had already left. The next morning during Swamiji's class, Dawn appeared at the front door. From his dais, Swamiji looked out at Dawn with great concern. But his first concern was for ISKCON. Ask him, Prabhupada requested Roy, who sat nearby. If he has marijuana, then he cannot come in. Our society, Prabhupada was like an anxious father, afraid for the life of his infant ISKCON. Roy went to the door and told Dawn he would have to give up his drugs if he entered. And Dawn walked away. Raphael was not interested in spiritual discipline. He was a tall young man with long, straight, brown hair who, like Dawn, tried to stay aloof and casual towards Samaji. When Prabhupada introduced Japa and encouraged the boys to chant during the day, Raphael didn't go for it. He said he liked a good kirtana, but he wouldn't chant on beads. One time, Swamiji was locked out of his apartment, and the boys had to break the lock. Swamiji asked Raphael to replace it. Days went by. Raphael could sit in the storefront reading rimboard, he could wander around town, but he couldn't find time to fix the clock. One evening, he dropped by the Swami's apartment, opened the lockless door, and made his way to the back room, where some boys were sitting, listening to Swamiji speaking informally about Krishna consciousness. Suddenly, Raphael spoke up, expressing his doubts and revealing his distracted mind. As for me, he said, I don't know what's happening. I don't know whether a brass band is playing or what the heck is going on. Some of the devotees tensed. He had interrupted their devotional mood. Raphael is very candid, Swamiji replied, smiling, as if to explain his son's behavior to the others. Raphael finally fixed the lock, but one day after a lecture, he approached the Swami, stood beside the dais, and spoke up. Exasperated, impatient, I am not meant to sit in a temple and chant on beads. My father was a boxer. I am meant to run on the beach and breathe in the big breaths of air. Raphael went on, gesticulating and voicing his familiar complaints, things he would rather do than take up Krishna consciousness. Suddenly, Prabhupada interrupted him in a loud voice. Then do it. Do it. Raphael shrank away, but he stayed. Bill Epstein took pride in his relationship with the Swami. It was honest. Although he helped the Swami by telling people about him and sending them up to see him in his apartment, he felt the Swami knew he would never become a serious follower. But nor did Bill ever mislead himself into thinking he would ever be serious. But Prabhupada wasn't content with Bill's take it over or leave it attitude. When Bill would finally show up at the storefront again, after spending some days at a friend's place, only to fall asleep with a blanket wrapped over his head during the lecture, Prabhupada would just start shouting so loud that Bill couldn't sleep. Sometimes Bill would ask a challenging question and Prabhupada would answer and then say, are you satisfied? And Bill would look up dreamily and answer, no. Then Prabhupada would answer it again more fully and say louder, are you satisfied? And again Bill would say no. This would go on until Bill would have to give in. Yes, I am satisfied. But Bill was the first person to get up and dance during a kirtana in the storefront. Some of the other boys thought he looked like he was dancing in an egotistical, narcissistic way, even though his arms were outstretched in a facsimile of the pictures of Lord Chaitanya. But when Swamiji saw Bill dancing like that, he looked at Bill with wide open eyes and feelingly expressed appreciation. Bill is dancing just like Lord Chaitanya. Bill sometimes returned from his wanderings with money, and although it was not very much, he would give it to Swamiji. He liked to sleep at the storefront and spend the day on the street, returning for lunch or kirtanas or a place to sleep. He used to leave in the morning and go looking for cigarettes on the ground. To Bill, the Swami was part of the hip movement and had thus earned a place of respect in his eyes as a genuine person. Bill objected when the boys introduced signs of reverential worship toward the Swami, starting with their giving him an elevated seat in the temple. And as the boys who lived with the Swami gradually began to show enthusiasm, competition, and even rivalry among themselves, Bill turned from it in disgust. He allowed that he would go on just helping the Swami in his own way. And he knew that the Swami appreciated whatever he did. So he wanted to leave it at that. Carl Jurgens had helped Prabhupada in times of need. He had helped with the legal work of incorporating ISKCON, signed the ISKCON charter as a trustee, and even opened his home to Swamiji when David had driven him from the Bowery loft. But those days when he and Eva had shared their apartment with him had created a tension that had never left. He liked the Swami, he respected him as a genuine sannyasi from India, but he didn't accept the conclusions of the philosophy. The talk about Krishna and the soul was fine, but the idea of giving up drugs and sex was carrying it a little too far. Now Prabhupada was settled in his new place and Carl decided that he had done his part to help and was no longer needed. Although he had helped Prabhupada incorporate his International Society for Krishna Consciousness, he didn't want to join it. Carl found the Second Avenue Kirtanas too public, not like the more intimate atmosphere he had enjoyed with the Swami on the Bowery. Now the audience were larger and there was an element of wild letting loose that they had never had on the Bowery. Like some of the other old associates, Carl felt sheepish and reluctant to join in. In comparison to the Second Avenue street scene, the old meetings in the fourth floor Bowery loft had seemed more mystical, like secluded meditations. Carol Baker also preferred a more sedate kirtana. She thought people were trying. I just started. You can. I've been reading it. So. Carol Baker. But that's okay. No. Carol Baker. What's that? Thank you.
Carol Baker also preferred more sedate kirtan. She thought people were trying to take out their personal frustration by the wild singing and dancing. The few times she did attend evening kirtans on Second Avenue were tense moments. One time, a group of teenagers had come into the storefront, mocking and shouting, "Hey, quote, what the hell is this?" She kept thinking that at any moment a rock was going to come crashing through the big window. And anyway, her boyfriend wasn't interested. James Green felt embarrassed. He saw that most of the new men were making a serious commitment to the Swami, whereas he couldn't. He had no bad feeling toward the Swami and his new movement, but he preferred to live alone. Robert Nelson, Prabhupada's old uptown friend, never deviated in his good feelings for Prabhupada, but he always went along in his own natural way and never adapted any serious disciplines. Somehow, almost all of these who had helped Prabhupada uptown and on the Bowery did not want to go further once he began a spiritual organization, which happened almost immediately after he moved into 26th Second Avenue. New people were coming forward to assist him, and Carl, James, Carol, and others like them felt they were being replaced and that their obligation towards the Swami was ending. It was a kind of changing of the guard. Although the members of the old guard were still his well wishers, they began to drift away. Bruce Sharaf had graduated from New York University and was applying for a job. One day, an ex-roommate told him about the Swami he had visited down on Second Avenue. They sing there, his friend said, and they have this far out thing where there have been some dancing. And Allen Ginsberg was there. The Swami was difficult to understand, his friend explained, and beside that, his followers recorded his talks on a tape recorder. Why should he have a big tape recorder? That's not very spiritual. But Bruce became interested. He was already a devotee of Indian culture. 4 years ago, when he was barely 20, Bruce had worked during the summer as a steward aboard an American freighter and gone to India
where he had visited temples, brought pictures of Shiva, Ganesh, and books on Gandhi, and felt as if he were part of the culture. When he returned to NYU, he read more about India and wrote a paper on Gandhi for his history course. He would eat in Indian restaurants and attend Indian films and music recitals and was reading the Bhagavad Gita. He had given up eating meat. He had plans of returning to India, taking some advantaged college courses and then advanced college courses, and then come back to America to teach Eastern religions. But in the meantime, he was experimenting with LSD. Chuck Barnett was 18 years old. His divorced mother had recently moved to Greenwich Village, where she was studying psychology at NYU. Chuck had moved out of his mother's apartment to one on 12th Street on the Lower East Side in the neighborhood of Allen Ginsberg and other hip poets and musicians. He was a progressive jazz flutist who worked with several professional groups in the city. He had been practicing Hatha Yoga for 6 years and had recently been experimenting with LSD. He would have visions of lotuses and concentric circles, but after coming down, he would become more involved than ever in sensuality. A close friend of Chuck had suddenly gone homosexual that summer, leaving Chuck disgusted and cynical. Someone told Chuck that an Indian Swami was staying downtown on 2nd Avenue, and so he came one day in August to the window of the former Matchless gift store. Steve Guarino, the son of a New York fireman, had grown up in the city and graduated from Brooklyn College in 1961. Influenced by his father, he had gone into the Navy, where he had tolerated 2 years of military routine, always waiting for the day he would be free to join his friends on the Lower East Side. Finally, a few months after the death of President Kennedy, he had been honorably discharged. Without so much as paying a visit to his parents, he had headed straight for the Lower East Side, which by then appeared vividly within his mind to be the most mystical place in the world. He was writing stories and short novels under the influence of Franz Kafka and others, and also began to take LSD to search and experiment with consciousness. A Love Supreme, a record by John Coltrane, the jazz musician, encouraged Steve to think that God actually existed. Just to make enough money to live, Steve had taken a job with the welfare office. One afternoon, during his lunch hour, while walking down 2nd Avenue, he saw the Matchless gift store had a piece of paper in the window announcing lectures in Bhagavad Gita, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami. Chuck, I finally found 2nd Avenue and 1st Street, and I saw through the window that there was some chanting going. Inside, and some people were sitting up against the wall. Beside me on the sidewalk, some middle-class people were looking in and giggling. I turned to them, and with my palms folded, I asked, "Is this where a Swami is?" They giggled and said, "Pilgrim, your search has ended." I was surprised by this answer, but I felt it was the truth. Bruce and Chuck, unknown to one another, lived only 2 blocks apart. After the suggestion from his friend, Bruce also made his way to the storefront. "Bruce, I was looking for Hare Krishna. I had left my apartment and had walked over to Avenue B when I decided to walk all the way down to Houston Street. When I first came to First Street, I turned right and then, walking along First Street, came to 2nd Avenue. All along First Street, I was seeing the poor stores, and then there was one of these where everyone was standing up, singing loudly and playing tambourines. Then, as I walked further along First Street, I had the feeling that I was leaving the world. Like when you're going to the airport to catch a plane, I thought, now I'm leaving a part of me behind and I'm going to something new. But when I got over to Second Avenue, I couldn't find Hare Krishna. There was a gas station, and then I walked past a little storefront, but the only sign was one that said matchless gifts. Then I walked back again past the store, and in the window, I saw a black and white sign announcing a Bhagavad Gita lecture. I entered the storefront and saw a pile of shoes there. So I took off my shoes and came in and sat down near the back. Steve. I had a feeling that this was a group that was already established and had been meeting for a while. I came in and I sat down on the floor, and the boy who said his name was Roy was very courteous and friendly to me. He seemed to be one who had already experienced the meeting. He asked me my name, and I felt at ease. Suddenly, the Swami entered, coming through the side door. He was wearing a saffron dhoti but no shirt, just a piece of cloth like a long sash tied in a knot across his right shoulder and leaving his arms, his left shoulder, and a part of his chest bare. When I saw him, I thought of Buddha. Bruce. There were about 15 people sitting on the floor. One man with a big beard sat up by the front on the right-hand side, leaning up against the wall. After some time, the door on the opposite side opened and I walked the Swami. When he came in, he turned his head to see who was in his audience. And then he stared right at me. Our eyes met. It was as if he was studying me. In my mind, it was like a photograph was being taken of Swamiji looking at me for the first time. There was a pause. Then he very gracefully got up on the dais and sat down and took a pair of hand cymbals and began a kirtan. The kirtan was the thing that most affected me. It was the best music I'd ever heard. And it had meaning. You could actually concentrate on it, and it gives you some joy to repeat the words Hare Krishna. I immediately accepted it as a spiritual practice. Chuck. I entered the storefront, and sitting on a grass mat on the hard floor was a person who seemed at first to be neither male nor female. But he looked at me, and I couldn't even look him straight in the eye. They were so brilliant and glistening. His skin was golden with red cheeks, and he had large ears that framed his face. He had 3 strands of beads. One was on his neck, one a little longer, and the other down on his chest. He had a long forehead, which rose above his shining eyes, and there were many furrows in his brow. His arms were slender and long. His mouth was rich and full, and very dark and red and smiling, and his teeth were brighter than his eyes. He sat in a cross-legged position that I had never seen before in any yoga book and had never seen any yogi perform. It was a sitting posture, but his right foot was crossed over the thigh and back behind his left hip, and one knee rested on the other directly in front of him. His every expression and gesture was different from those of any other personality I had ever seen, and I sensed that they had meanings, and I did not know from a culture and a mode that was completely beyond this world. There was a mole on his side and a peculiar callus on his ankle and a round callus similar to what a karate expert develops on his knuckle. He was dressed in unhemmed cloth, dyed saffron. Everything about him was exotic, and his whole effulgence made him seem to be not even sitting in the room, but projected from some other place. He was so bright and colored that it was like a technical color movie, and he was right there. I heard him speaking. He was sitting right there before me, yet it seemed as if I reached out to touch him and he wouldn't be there. At the same time, seeing him was not an abstract or subtle expression, but a most intense presence. After their first visit to the storefront, Chuck, Steve, and Bruce got an opportunity to see Swami upstairs in his apartment. Steve, I was on my lunch hour and I had to be back in the office very soon. I was dressed in a summer business suit. I had it so I had planned it so that I had just enough time to go to the storefront and buy some books, then go to lunch and return to work. At the storefront, one of the Swami's followers said that I could go up and see the Swami. I went up I went upstairs to his apartment and found him at his sitting place with a few boys. I must have interrupted what he was saying, but I asked him if I could purchase the 3 volumes of the Srimad Bhagavatam. One of the devotees produced the books from the closet opposite Prabhupada's seat. I handled the books. They were a very special color, not usually seen in America, a reddish natural earth like a brick. And I asked him how much they cost. $6 each, he said. I took $20 out of my wallet and gave it to him. He seemed the only one to ask about the price of the books or give the money to because none of the others came forward to represent him. They were just sitting back and listening to him speak. These books are commentaries on the scripture? I asked, trying to show that I knew something about books. Swamiji said, yes, they were his commentaries. Sitting smiling at ease, Swamiji was very attractive. He seemed very strong and healthy. While he smiled, all his teeth were beautiful and his nostrils flared aristocratically. His face was full and powerful. He was wearing an Indian cloth robe as he sat cross-legged. His smooth-skinned legs were partly exposed. He wore no shirt, but the upper part of his body was wrapped with an Indian cloth shawl. His limbs were quite slender, but he had a protruding belly. When I saw that Swamiji was having to personally handle the sale of books, I did not want to bother him. I quickly asked him to please keep the change for my $20. I took the 3 volumes without any bag or wrapping, and he was standing preparing to leave when Swamiji said to sit down and gestured that I should sit opposite to him like others. He had said, sit down in a different tone of voice. It was a heavy tone and indicated now the sale of the books was completed and I should sit with others and listen to him speak. He was offering me an important invitation to become like one of the others, who I knew spent many hours with him during the day when I was usually at my job and not able to come. I envied their leisure in being able to learn so much from him and sit and talk intimately with him. By ending the sales transaction and asking me to sit, he assumed I was in need of listening to him and that I had nothing better in the world to do than to stop everything else and hear him. But I was expected back at the office. I didn't want to argue, but I couldn't possibly stay. I'm sorry, I have to go, I said definitely. I'm only on my lunch hour. As I said this, I'd already started to move from the door, and Swamiji responded by suddenly breaking into a wide smile and looking very charming and very happy. He seemed to appreciate that I was a working man, a young man on the go. I had not come by simply because I was unemployed and had nowhere to go and nothing to do. Approving of my energetic demeanor, he allowed me to take my leave. Chuck, one of the devotees in the storefront, invited me upstairs to see Swami in private. I was led out of the storefront into a hallway and suddenly into a beautiful little garden with a picnic table, a bird bath, a bird house, and flower beds. After we passed through the garden, he came to a middle-class apartment building. We walked up the stairs and entered an apartment which was absolutely bare of any furniture, just white walls and a parquet floor. He led me through the front room and into another room, and there was the Swami, sitting in that same majestic spiritual presence on a thin cotton mat, which was covered by a cloth with little elephants printed on it. Leaning back on a pillow which stood against the wall. One night, Bruce walked home with Valley, and he told Valley about his interest in going to India and becoming a professor of Oriental literature. Why go to India? Valley asked. India has come here. Swamiji is teaching us these authentic things. Why go to India? Bruce thought Valley made sense, so he resolved to give up his long cherished idea of going to India, at least as long as he could go on visiting the Swami. Bruce, I decided to go and speak personally to Swamiji. So I went to the storefront. I found out that he lived in an apartment in the rear building. A boy told me the number and said I could go and speak with the Swami. He said, yes, just go. So I walked through the storefront and there was a little courtyard where some plants were growing. Usually in New York, there is no courtyard, nothing green, but this was very attractive. And in the courtyard, there was a boy typing at a picnic table, and he looked very spiritual and dedicated. I hurried upstairs and rang the bell for apartment number 2C. After a little while, the door opened, and it was the Swami. Yes, he said, and I said, I would like to speak with you. He opened the door wider and stepped back and said, yes, come. We went inside together into his sitting room and sat down facing each other. He sat behind his metal trunk desk on a very thin mat which was covered with a woolen blanket-like cover that has frazzled ends and elephants decorating it. He asked me my name. I told him it was Bruce. And then he remarked, in India during the British period, there was one Lord Bruce. And he said something about Lord Bruce being a general and engaging in some campaigns. I felt that I had to talk to the Swami to tell him my story, and I actually found him interested to listen. It was very intimate, sitting with him in his apartment, and he was actually wanting to hear about me. While we were talking, he looked up past me, high up on the wall behind me, and he was talking about Lord Chaitanya. The way he looked up, it was obvious, looking at some picture or something, but with an expression of deep love in his eyes. I turned around to see what made him look like that. Then I saw the picture in the brown frame, Lord Chaitanya dancing in Kirtan. Inevitably, meeting with Prabhupada meant a philosophical discussion. Chuck, I asked him, can you teach me Raja Yoga? Oh, he said, here is Bhagavad Gita. He handed me a copy of the Gita. Turning to the last verse of 6th chapter, he said and read. I read the translations out aloud. I read the translations out aloud. Of all yogis, he who is worshipping me with faith and devotion, I consider to be the best. I could not comprehend what faith and devotion meant, so I said, sometimes I'm getting some light in my forehead. That is hallucination, he said. So abruptly he said it, although I did not strain his person. The words came at me so intensely that it completely shocked me. Raja means king, king yoga, he said, but this is emperor yoga. I knew that he had attained such a high state not by using chemicals from a laboratory or by Western speculative process. And this was certainly what I wanted. Are you giving classes? I asked. He said, yes. if you come at 6 in the morning, I'm giving classes in the Gita. And bring some flower or fruit for the deity. I looked into the adjoining room, which was bare with wooden parquet floor, bare walls, and a tiny table. And on the table was a picture of 5 human-like figures with their arms raised above their heads. Somehow their arms and faces were not like any mortal that I had ever seen. I knew that the pictures were looking at me. When I came out on the street in front of the store, there were a few people standing around me. And I said, I don't think I'm going to take LSD anymore. I said it out loud to myself, but some other people heard me. Steve, I wanted to show my appreciation for spiritual India, so I presented to Swamiji that I had read the autobiography of Gandhi. It was glorious, I said. What is glorious about it? Swamiji challenged. When he asked this, there were other persons present in the room. Although I was a guest, I had no qualms about challenging, he had no qualms about challenging me for having said something foolish. I searched through my remembrance of Gandhi's autobiography to answer his challenging question. What is glorious? I began to relate that one time Gandhi, as a child, although raised as a vegetarian, was induced by some friends to eat meat. And that night he felt that a lamb was howling in his belly. Swamiji dismissed that at once, saying, most of India is vegetarian, that is not glorious. I couldn't think of anything else glorious to say, and Swamiji said, his autobiography is called Experiments with Truth, but that is not the nature of truth. It is not to be found by someone's experimenting. Truth is always truth. Although it was a blow to my ego, being exposed and defeated by Swamiji seemed to be a gain for me. I wanted to bring before him many different things for his judgment just to see what he had to say about them. I showed him the paperback edition of the Bhagavad Gita that I was reading and carrying in my backpack pocket. He pursued the back cover. He perused the back cover. There was a reference to the eternal face of the Hindus, and Swamiji began to take the phrase apart. He explained how the word Hindu was a misnomer and does not occur anywhere in Sanskrit language literature itself. He also explained that Hinduism and Hindu beliefs were not eternal. Bruce, after I talked about my desire for religious life, I began telling him about a conflict I had had with one of my professors in English literature. He was Freudian. So he explained the characters in all the novels, and so in a Freudian context with Freudian terminology. Everything was sexual. The mother for the son, this one for that, and so on. But I would always see it in terms of a religious sense. I would see it in terms of a religious impulse or some desire to understand God. I would write my papers in this context, and he would always Then he qualified what he had said. He explained that in the material world, everyone is operating on the basis of sex. Everything that everyone is doing is being driven by the sex impulse. So he said, Freud, is correct. Everything is on the basis of sex. Then he clarified what material life is and what spiritual life is. In spiritual life, there is complete absence of sex desire. So this had a profound effect on me. He wasn't confirming my old sentimental ideas, but he was giving me new ideas. He was giving me his instruction, and I had to accept them. Talking to the Swami was very nice. I found him completely natural, and I found him to be very artistic. The way he held his hand, the way he enunciated his words, very dignified and very gentlemanly. The boys found Swamiji not only philosophical but personal also. Steve. A few nights later, I went to the Swami and told him I was reading his book. One thing he had specifically caught my attention was a section where the author of Srimad Bhagavatam, Vyasadeva, was admitting that he was feeling despondent. Then his spiritual master, Narada, explained that his despondency had come because although he had written so many books, he had neglected to write in such a way as to fully glorify Krishna. After hearing this, Vyasadeva compiled the Srimad Bhagavatam. When I read this, I identified with the fact that Vyasadeva was a writer because I considered myself a writer also, and I knew that I was also despondent. Quote, this is very interesting about the author Vyasadeva, I said. He wrote so many books, but still he was not satisfied because he had not directly praised Krishna. Although I had very little understanding of Krishna consciousness, Swamiji opened my eyes very wide, surprised that I was speaking on such an elevated subject from the Srimad Bhagavatam. He seemed very pleased. Chuck, I had come by in the afternoon and Swamiji had given me a plate of prasadam. So I was eating and a chili burned my mouth. Swamiji said, is it too hot? Yes, I said. So he brought me a tiny teacup with some milk. Then he took some rice off my plate and took a piece of banana and crushed it up together with his fingers and said, here, eat this. It will kill the action of the chilies. Bruce. There wasn't anything superficial about him, nor was he ever contrived, trying to make some impression. He was just completely himself. In the Swami's room, there was no furniture, so we sat on the floor. And I found this to be very attractive and simple. Everything was so authentic about him. Uptown, at another Swami's place, we had sit on big stuffed living room chairs, and the place had been lavishly furnished. But here was the downtown Swami wearing simple cloth robes. He had no business suit on, and he wasn't covering up a business suit with his saffron robes. And he wasn't affected as the other Swami was. So I found myself asking him if I could be his student, and he said yes. I was very happy because he was so different from the other Swami. With the Uptown Swami, I was wanting to become his student because I wanted to get something from him. I wanted to get knowledge. It was selfishly motivated. But here I was actually emotionally involved. I was feeling that I wanted to become the Swami student. I actually wanted to give myself because I thought he was great and he was giving us. It was a soothing balm from the horrible city life. Uptown, I had felt like a stranger. On one occasion, our conversation turned into my previous trip to India in 1962. And I began talking about how much it meant to me, how much it moved me. I even mentioned that I made a girlfriend there. So we got talking about this, and I told him that I had her picture. I was carrying the girl's picture in my wallet. So Swamiji asked to see. I took out the picture and Swamiji looked at it and made a sour face and said, oh, she's not pretty. Girls in India are more beautiful than that. Hearing that from Swamiji just killed any attachment I had for that girl. I felt ashamed that I had an interest in a girl that the Swamiji did not consider pretty. I didn't think I ever looked at the photograph again, and suddenly I never gave her another thought. Bruce was a newcomer and had only begun to 1 week of meeting at the storefront. So no one had told him that the members of the Anand Ashram, Dr. Mishra's yoga retreat, had invited Swamiji and his followers for a day in the upstate countryside. Bruce had just arrived at the storefront one morning when he heard someone announce, "The Swami is leaving." And Prabhupada came out of the building and stepped into a car. In a fit of anxiety, Bruce thought that the Swami was leaving them for good for India. No, Howard told him, "We are going to a yoga ashram in the country." But the other car had just left and there was no room in Swamiji's car. Just then Steve showed up. He had expected the boys to come by the ashram to pick him up. They both had missed the ride. Bruce phoned a friend in Bronx and convinced him to drive them to Anand Ashram. But when they got to Bruce's friend's apartment, the friend had decided he wouldn't want to go. Finally, he lent Bruce's car and Swami's 2 new followers set out for Anand Ashram. By the time they arrived, Prabhupada and his group had already taken prasadam, sitting around a picnic table beneath the trees. Anand Ashram was a beautiful place with sloping hills and lots of trees and sky and green grass and a lake. The 2 latecomers came walking up to the Swamiji, who was seated like a father of a family at the head of the picnic table. Keith was serving from a big wok into individual plates. When Prabhupada saw his 2 stranglers, he asked them to sit next to him, and Keith served them. Prabhupada took Steve's chapati and heaped it up with a mound of sugar, and Steve munched on the bread and sugar while everyone laughed. Prabhupada began talking somehow about lion tamers, and he recalled that at a fair he had seen a man wrestling with a tiger, rolling over and over with it down a hill. The boys, who rarely heard Swami speak anything but philosophy, were surprised. They were delighted, city kids, taken to the country by the Guru and having a good time. Steve. I was walking with Swamiji across a long, gentle slope. I wanted him to see and approve a picture of Radha and Krishna I had found in a small book, Narada Bhakti Sutra. I had planned to get a color reproduction of it to give to each of his followers. As we were walking across the grass, I showed him the picture and asked him whether it was a nice picture of Radha and Krishna for reproducing. He looked at the picture, smiled, nodded, and said, "Yes." Bruce. I walked with Swamiji around the grounds. All the others were doing something else, and Swamiji and myself were walking alone. He was talking about the building a temple there. Prabhupada walked across the scenic acreage, looking at distant mountains and forests, and Keith walked beside him. Prabhupada spoke of how Dr. Mishra had offered him the island in the middle of the ashram's lake to build a temple on. "What kind of temple were you thinking of?" Keith asked. "How big?" Prabhupada smiled and gestured across the horizon. "As big as the whole horizon." Keith laughed. "Yes," Prabhupada replied. A few Anand Ashram men and women came by. One woman was wearing a sari, and Prabhupada turned to the other woman and said, "A woman who wears a sari looks very feminine." It was late afternoon when some of Swami's followers gathered by the lake and began talking candidly about Swamiji's and speculating about his relation to God and their relation to him. "Well," said Val, "Swami never claimed to be God or an incarnation, but he says he's a servant of God, teaching love of God." "But he says that the spiritual master is not different from God," said Howard. They stood at the edge of the mirrory, calm lake and concluded it was not necessary to talk about this. The answers would be revealed later. None of them really had much spiritual knowledge, but they wanted their faith to deepen. Afterward, Keith, Valley, and Howard wandered into the meditation room. There was a seat with a picture of Dr. Mishra, who was away in Europe. But the remarkable thing was the blinking strobe light. I feel like I am in a head shop on St. Mark's Place, said Valley. What kind of spiritual meditation is this? Howard asked. A Mishra follower wearing a white kurta and white bell bottoms replied that the Guru had said they could sit and meditate on this light. Swami says you should meditate on Krishna, said Keith. After sunset, everyone gathered in a large room of the main building to watch a slideshow. It was a loose collection, mostly of assorted slides of India and the Anand Ashram. A record by a popular Indian sitarist was playing in the background. Some of the slides were of Vishnu temples, and when one slide passed by quickly, Prabhupada asked, "Let me see that. Can you go back and let me see the temple again?" This happened several times when he recognized familiar temples in India. Later in the show, there were several slides of a girl, one of the members of Dr. Mishra's ashram, demonstrating Indian dance poses. As one of her pictures passed, an ashram man joked, "Turn back and let me see the temple again." The joke seemed at Swamiji's expense in a poor taste. His followers didn't laugh. Then came Swamiji's lecture. He sat at cross-legged on the couch in the largest room in the mansion. This room was filled with people, the Swami's followers from the Lower East Side, as well as the Anand Ashram yogis, sat on the floor or standing along the wall in the doorway. He began his talk by criticizing democracy. He said, because people are attached to sense gratification, they vote for a leader who would fulfill their own lust and greed, and that there is only criterion for picking a leader. He went on for 45 minutes to explain about the importance of Krishna consciousness, his reel to reel tape recorder moving silently. Then he led a kirtan that bridged all differences and brought out the best in everyone that night. Several nights before, in his apartment on the 2nd Avenue, Prabhupada had taught his followers how to dance. They had formed a line behind him while he demonstrated the simple step. Holding his arms above his head, he would first swing his left foot forward across the right foot and then bring it back in a sweeping motion. Then he would swing his right foot over the left and bring it back again. With his arms upraised, Prabhupada would walk forward, swinging his body from side to side, left foot to right side and right foot to left side, in time with 1, 2, 3 rhythm. He had shown them the step in regular time and in slow half-time rhythm. Keith had called it the Swami step, as if it were a new ballroom dance.
रीडिंग क्लास में
मेरे पास नहीं है।
चलेगी मिलता है, इतना तो नहीं हो। दस साल की
Prabhupada's followers began
Okay,
chanting.
Prabhupada's followers began dancing and soon the other joined them, moving around the room in a rhythmic circle of ecstasy, dancing, swaying, sometimes leaping and moving. It was a joyous hour-long kirtan, the Swami encouraging everyone to the fullest extent. A visitor to the ashram happened to have his string bass with him, and he began expertly turning out his own swinging bass. Improvisations beneath the Swami's melody, while another man played the tablas. The Anand Ashram members had been divided of late into two standoffish groups. There was the elderly crowd similar to the old ladies who had attended the Swami's uptown lectures. And there was a young crowd, most hippie couples. But in the Kirtana, their risks were forgotten as they discovered later, even healed, whether liked it or not. Almost all of those present were induced to rise and dance. Then it was late. The Swami took rest in the guest room, and his boys slept outside in their sleeping bags. Howard, I awakened 3 or 4 times, and each time I'm flat on my back looking up at the stairs, which are always in different positions. My sense of time is confused. The sidereal shift dizzy me. Then just before morning I dream. I dream of devotees clustered about a beautiful golden youth. To see him is to be captivated. His transcendental body radiates an absolute beauty, unseen in the world. Stunned, I inquire, who is he? Don't you know someone says that is the Swami? I look carefully but see no resemblance. The youth appears around 18 straight out of Vaikuntha, the spiritual world. If that's Swamiji, I wonder to myself, why doesn't he come to us like that? A voice somewhere inside me answers, people would follow me for my beauty, not for my teachings. And I awake startled. The dream is clear in mind, more like a vision than a dream. I feel strangely refreshed, bathed in some unknown mouth. Again, I see that the constellations have shifted and the dimmer stars have faded into the encroaching down. I remember Swamiji telling me that although most dreams are simply functions of the mind, dreams of the spiritual master are of spiritual significance. Keith also had a dream that night. Keith, I saw Krishna and Arjuna on the battlefield of Kurukshetra. Arjuna was inquiring from Krishna, and Krishna was reciting the Bhagavad Gita to him. Then that picture phased out, and the image changed. And there was Swamiji, and I was kneeling in front of him. And the same dialogue was going on. I had the understanding that now is the time when Swamiji is presenting the same thing as Krishna. And we are all in the position of Arjuna. The dream made it very clear that hearing from Swamiji was as good as hearing from Krishna. The sun rose over the mountains, streaking the morning sky above the lake with colors. Valley and Keith were walking around the ground, saying to Prabhupada, how beautiful it was all was. We are not so concerned with beautiful scenery, said Prabhupada. We are concerned with the beautiful one who has made this beautiful scenery. Later, Prabhupada sat next to Bruce in the Volkswagen returning to the city. The car went winding around a ribbon of smooth black mountain roads with lush green forests, close in an intermittent vistas of mountains and expansive sky. It was a rare occasion for Bruce to be driving Prabhupada in a car, because none of the Swami's boys had cars. They would always travel by bus or subway. It seemed fitting for the Swami to have a car to ride him, but this was only a little Volkswagen, and Bruce winced. Whenever they hit a bump, it just turned. Srila Prabhupada. As they wound their way on through the mountains, Bruce recalled something he had read in a book by Arul's wife of the best place for meditation. One opinion had been that the best place to meditate was by a large body of water because of the negative ions in the air, and the other opinion was that it was better to meditate in the mountains because you are higher up and closer to God. It is better for spiritual realization to meditate in the mountains. Bruce asked Prabhupada replied, this is nonsense. There is no question of better place. Are you thinking that God is up on some planet or something and you're given up high? No, you can meditate anywhere. Just chant Hare Krishna. After some time, the drive became tiring for Prabhupada and he dozed his head resting forward. Bruce walked with Swamiji up to his apartment, opening the door for him, adjusting the window as he liked it, and preparing things in his room, as he was the Swami's personal servant. Prabhupada settled back into his Second Avenue apartment, feeling pleased with the visit of Anand Ashram. The Kirtan had been successful, and one of Dr. Mishra's foremost students had commented that he was impressed by Prabhupada's followers simply by chanting. They seem to be achieving an advanced level of yoga discipline, whereas we have more difficulty with all our postures and breath control. The United States recently increased involvement in Vietnam was creating an increase of opposition to the war. On July 29, American planes had bombed North Vietnam's two major population centers, Hanoi and Haiphong, an escalation which brought expressions of regret from several allied countries, including Canada, France, and Japan. United Nations Secretary General U Thant openly criticized America's policy in Vietnam. Further opposition to the war ranged from the US down to newly formed pacified groups and dissentless held peace marches, sit-ins, and rallies in the protest of the war and drought. Religious protests were led by Pope Paul VI, and the World Council of Churches decried America's involvement in Vietnam and called for a halt in the fighting as the most effective step toward negotiation. On August 6, the anniversary of the bombing of Hiroshima, there were demonstrations in many major American cities, including a peace vigil at the United Nations headquarters in New York. On August 31st, there would be another 2-week-long peace vigil before the United Nations General Assembly building, and Mr. Larry Bogart had invited Prabhupada and his followers to open the vigil praying for peace. Larry Bogart worked at the United Nations headquarters, had become friends with the Swami, and had volunteered his help by arranging to print stationery for the International Society for Krishna Consciousness. The letterhead was designed by James Green with a sketch of Radha and Krishna. And Mr. Bogart's name also appeared on the stationery at the head of list of ISKCON. Some men, Prabhupada accepted Muslim invitation to the peace week. Prabhupada saw it as an effort to publicly chant Hare Krishna, so he was glad to attend. He announced to his congregation that Monday the 31st, instead of the usual morning class at 6:30, everyone should meet at the United Nations headquarters for a special kirtana. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram. In the picture, some boys were sitting with their heads resting on their arms. Where are you, Prabhupada asked. TV pointed out. Oh, you chant like this with your head down. Prabhupada had participated in the peace vigil to oblige his contact, Mr. Bogart. Now, Mr. Bogart was phoning to offer his appreciation, agreeing to visit the storefront. He wanted to help and he would discuss how the Swami could work with the UN and how he could select help from people, important people for his movement of Indian culture. He wanted to help and peace. Prabhupada regarded Mr. Bogart's imminent visit as very important and he wanted to cook for him personally and receive him in his apartment with the best hospitality. When the day arrived, Prabhupada and Keith cooked together in the small kitchen for several hours, making the best Indian delicacies. Prabhupada posted Stanley downstairs and told him not to allow anyone to come up while he was cooking the feast for Mr. Bogart. Stanley assented, bringing his eyes with his far-off saintly look. Stanley stationed himself downstairs in the storefront. A few of the boys were there and he told them, you can't go up to see the Swami. No one can. About 12 noon, Larry Bogart arrived, hale, elderly, and well dressed by low East Side standards. He said he wanted to see Swami Bhaktivedanta. Sorry, Stanley informed him, his boyish face trying to impress the stranger with the seriousness of the order. The Swami is busy now, and he said no one can see him. Mr. Bogart decided he would wait. There was no chair in the storefront, but Stanley brought him a folding chair. It was a hot day. Mr. Bogart looked at his watch several times. A half hour passed, Stanley sat chanting and sometimes staring off blankly. After an hour, Mr. Bogart asked if he could see the Swami. Now, Stanley assured him and he could not, and Bogart left in a huff. After Swamiji had become anxious, wondering why Mr. Bogart had not arrived. Finally, he sent Keith downstairs, and Stanley told him of the man whom he had turned away. What Keith exploded, but that was. Within moments, Swamiji heard what had happened. He became furious. He came down to the storefront. You fool, you silly fool. He turned and angrily rebuked everyone in the room, but mostly Stanley. No one ever seen the Swami so angry. Then Swamiji walked away in disgust and returned to his apartment. Stanley had been going off the deep end for some time. Now he became even more abstracted in his behavior. Stanley's mother knew her son had been troubled for years, and she had therefore requested Prabhupada to keep a very close watch on him. But now the boy deteriorated in his responsibility and stopped cleaning the kitchen and storefront. He would stand alone looking at something. He was gloomy and sometimes spoke of suicide, and he stopped chanting regularly. The boy did not know what to do, but they thought perhaps he should be sent to home to his mother. One day, Stanley went up to see the Swami. He came in and sat down. Prabhupada, yes. Stanley, may I have $50? Prabhupada, why? Prabhupada used to handle all the money himself. So when his boys needed something, even if it were only 25 cents for this, had to see Swami. So he was never wasteful. He was so frugal that whenever he received a letter, he would carefully tear the envelope apart and reverse the side as writing paper. So wanted to know why Stanley wanted $50. Stanley replied in a small voice, I want to purchase some gasoline and set myself on fire. Prabhupada saw Chuck at the doorway and told him to call Bruce at once. Bruce quickly came up and sat with Prabhupada and Stanley. Prabhupada told Bruce, whom he had recently appointed to handle petty cash, to give Stanley $50, and he had Stanley repeat why he wanted the money. But Swamiji, Bruce protested, we don't have that much money. There you see, Stanley. Prabhupada spoke very calmly. Bruce said we do not have the money. Then they phoned Stanley's mother. Later, Prabhupada said that because Stanley asked for $50 for gasoline, which cost only 35 cents, he could therefore understand he was crazy. Kate was cooking lunch in the kitchen as usual. But today, Swamiji was standing by the kitchen stove, watching his people. Kate paused and looked from his cooking. Swamiji, could I become your disciple? Yes, Prabhupada replied. Why not? Your name will be Krishna Dasa. The simple exchange was the first request for his discipleship, and Prabhupada first granted of initiation. But there was more to it than that. Prabhupada announced that he would soon hold an initiation. What initiation, Swamiji? One of the boys asked, and Prabhupada, I'll tell you later. First, they had to have beads. Keith went to Tendy's leather company and brought half-inch wooden beads and cord to string them on. It was much better. Swamiji said to count on beads while chanting, a stand of 100 beads to be exact. This employed the sense of touch, and like the Vaishnavas of India, one could count how many times and chanted the mantras. Some devotees in India had a string of more than 1,000 beads, he had said, and they would chant to them again and again. He taught the boys how to tie a double knot between each of the 100 beads. The number of 100 had a special significance. There was 100 Upanishads as well as 100 principal gopis, the chief devotees of Lord Krishna. The initiate would be taking oaths, he said, and one oath would be chant a prescribed number of rounds on the beads each day. About a dozen of Swamiji's boys were eligible, but there was no strict system for their selection. If they wanted, they could do it. Steve, although I was already doing with whatever Swamiji recommended, I sensed that initiation was a heavy commitment. And with my last strong impulse to remain completely independent, I hesitated to take initiation. Prabhupada's friends saw the initiation in different ways. Some saw it was as very serious, and some took it like a party or happening, while stringing their beads in the courtyard. Valley and Howard talked a few days before the ceremony. Valley, it's just a formality. You accept Swamiji as your spiritual master. What does that entail? Valley. Nobody is very sure. In India, it's a standard practice. Don't you want to take him as a spiritual master? Howard. I don't know. He would seem to be as a good spiritual master, whatever that is. I mean, I like him and he's teaching a lot. I guess in a way he's already my spiritual master. I just don't understand how it would change the situation. Valley. Neither do I guess it doesn't just. It's just a formality. September 8, Janmashtami Day, the happiest day of Lord Krishna. 1 year before, Prabhupada had observed Krishna's birthday at sea abroad, just out of Colombo. Now, exactly 1 year later, he had a small group of Hare Krishna chanters who would gather them all together, have them observe the day of chanting, reading scriptures, fasting, and feasting, and next day would be initiation. At 6 o'clock, Prabhupada came down and was about to give his morning class, as usual. When one of the boys asked if he would read them for his own manuscript, Prabhupada appeared shy. He did not hide his pleasure at having been asked to read his own Bhagavad Gita commentary. He usually would read a verse from Dr. J. Radhakrishna Oxford edition of the Gita. Although the commentary presented impersonalist philosophy, the translation, Prabhupada said, were 90% accurate, but this morning sent Roy up to fetch his manuscript. For an hour, he read from his typewritten pages. For observing Janmashtami, there were special rules. There should be no eating, and the day was to be spent chanting, reading, and discussing Krishna consciousness. If anyone became too weak, he said there were fruit in the kitchen, but better they fast until the feast at midnight, just like the devotees in India. He said that in India, millions of people, Hindu, Muslims, or whatever, observed the birthday of Lord Krishna. And in every temple, there were festivities and celebrations and pastimes of Krishna. And now he said at length, I will tell you what is meant by initiation. Initiation means that the spiritual master accepts the student and agrees to take charge, and the student accepts the spiritual master and agrees to worship him as God. He paused. No one spoke. Any questions? And when there was none, he got up and walked out. Devotees were stunned. What had they just heard him say? For weeks he has said that anyone who claims to be God, he should be considered a dog. My mind just been blown, said Valley. Everyone's mind is blown, said Howard. Swami just dropped a bomb. They thought of Keith. He was wise, consulted Keith. But Keith was in the hospital talking about them among themselves. Became more and more confused. Swamiji's remark had confirmed their judgment. Finally decided to go to the hospital to see Keith. Keith listened to the whole story, how Swami had told him to fast and how he had read from his manuscript, how he said he would explain initiation, how everybody had leaned forward all years, and Swamiji had dropped a bomb. The student accepts the spiritual masters and agreed to worship him as God. Any questions? Swamiji had asked softly, and then he walked out. I don't know if I want to be initiated now. Well, he confessed, we have to worship him as God. Well, you are already doing that by accepting whatever tells you, Keith replied. And it advised that they talk it over with Swami before the initiation. So we went back to the temple and consulted Howard, and together they went to Swami's apartment. That's what you told us this morning, Howard asked. I mean, we are supposed to accept the spiritual master to be God. That means he's due the same respect as God, being God's representative. Prabhupada replied calmly. Then he's not God. No, Prabhupada said, God is God. The spiritual master is his representative. Therefore, he is as good as God. He can deliver God to the sincere disciple. Is that clear? It was. It was a manual and physical strain to go all day without eating. Jan was restless. She complained that she could not possibly stay any longer, but had to take care of her cat. Prabhupada tried to overrule her, but she left anyway. Most of the prospective initiates spent several hours that day stringing their shiny red wooden beads. Having tied one end of the string to a window bar and a radiator, they would slide one bead at a time of the string and knot it tightly, chanting one mantra of Hare Krishna for each bead. It was devotional service, chanting and stringing your beads for initiation. Every time they knotted another bead, it seemed like a momentous event. Prabhupada said that devotees in India chanted at least 64 rounds on a beads a day, saying the Hare Krishna mantra once at every step of 100 beads, considered one round is spiritualness. Anyone who did not chant 64 round days was fallen. At first, some of the boys thought they had served two chant 64 rounds and they became perplexed. That would take all the day. How could you go to a job if you had to chant 64 rounds? How could anyone chant 64 rounds? Then someone said, Swamiji had told him that 30 rounds a day would be sufficient minimum for the West. Well, he said he had heard Swamiji say 25, but even that seemed impossible. Then Prabhupada offered the rock bottom minimum 16 rounds a day without fail. Whoever got initiated who have to promise. The beach singing, chanting, reading, and dozing went on until 11 at night. And when everyone was invited to the Swamiji's room, as they filed through the courtyard, they sensed an unusual calm in the atmosphere. And Houston Street, just over the wall, there was no moon. As his followers sat on the floor, contentedly eating prasadam from paper plates, Swami sat among them, telling stories about the birth of Lord Krishna. Krishna had appeared on this evening 5,000 years ago. He was born the son of Vasudeva Devaki in the prison of King Comes at midnight, and his father Vasudeva immediately took him to Vrindavan, where he was raised as the son of Nanda Maharaj, a coward man. Prabhupada also spoke of the necessity of purification for spiritual advancement. It is not enough merely to chant holy words, he said. One must be pure inside and outside. Chanting in purity brings spiritual advancement. The living entity becomes impure because he wants to enjoy material pleasure. But the impure can become pure by following Krishna, by doing all works for Krishna. Beginners in Krishna consciousness have a tendency to relax their efforts in a short time. But to advance spiritually, you must resist this temptation and continue your efforts and devotion. Mitchell Grant. I first heard about the initiation just one day before it was to take place. I had been busy with my music and had been attending. I was sitting down 2nd Avenue with one of the prospective initiates and mentioned to me that there was going to be something called an initiation ceremony. I asked what it was about, and he said, all I know is it means that you accept the spiritual master as God. This was a big surprise to me and hardly knew how to take it. But I did not take it completely seriously, and the way it was mentioned to me in such a offhand made it seem not very important. He asked me very carefully whether I was going to be involved, and also being very cautious about it, said, well, I think I will. Why not? I will give it a try. Just did not think she would make an obedient disciple initiation. Sounded frightening. She liked the Swami, especially cooking with him, but it was Mike who convinced her he was going, so she should come along with him. Carl knew something about initiation from his readings, and he more than the others knew what a serious commitment it was. He was surprised to hear that Swami was offering initiation, and he was conscious about entering into it. He knew that initiation meant no illicit sex, intoxication, or meat eating. An initiate disciple would have new responsibility for spreading the teachings to others. Carl was already feeling less involved since the Swami had moved to 2nd Avenue, but he decided to attend the initiation anyway. Bill Epstein had never professed to be a serious disciple. Holding initiation was another part of Swami's scene. You were free to take it seriously or not. He figured it was all right to take initiation. If you weren't serious, you try it. Carl Baker was surprised to hear that some people would be taking initiation even though had no intentions of giving up their bad habits. She had stopped coming around regularly ever since the Swami had moved, and she felt no desire to ask for initiation. The Swami probably would not initiate women anyway, she figured. Robert Nelson had forgotten the Swami and always liked to help whenever he could, but except for an occasional friendly visit, he stopped coming. He mostly stayed to himself. He still lived uptown and wasn't into the low side scene. James Green thought he wasn't pure enough to be initiated. Whom I am to be initiated? But the Swami had asked him to bring something over to the storefront. I came, it was just understood that I was supposed to be initiated. So I thought, why not? Stanley had been chanting regularly again and come out of his crazy mood. He was sticking with the Swami and his followers. He asked his mother if he could be initiated, and she said it would be all right. Steve wanted more time to think about it. Keith was in the hospital. Bruce had only been attending for a week or two. Chuck was on a week's vacation from the regulated life at the temple, so he did not know about the initiation. No one asked to shave head or even cut his hat or change his dress. No one offered Prabhupada the traditional Guru Dakshina, the donation a disciple is supposed to offer as a gesture of his great obligation to his master. Hardly anyone even relieved him of his chores. So Swamiji himself had to do most of the cooking and other preparation for the initiation. He was perfectly aware of the mentality of his boy, and he did not try to force anything on anyone. Some of the initiate did not know until the initiation, when they had inquired that the four rules, no meat eating, no illicit sex, no intoxication, and no gambling, were mandatory for all disciples. Prabhupada's reply then was, I was very glad that you are finally asking me that. It was to be a live Vedic sacrifice with ceremonial fire right there in the front room of Swamiji's apartment. In the center of the room was the sacrificial area, a platform of bricks 4 inches high and 2 feet square, covered with a mound of dirt. The dirt was from the courtyard, and the bricks were from a nearby gutted building. Around the mound were 11 bananas, clarified butter, sesame seeds, whole barley grains, 5 colors of powdered dyes, and a supply of kindling. The 11 initiates took up the most of the remaining space in front room as they sat on the floor knee to knee around the sacrificial arena. The guests in the halfway peered curiously through the open door. For everyone except the Swami, this was all new and strange, and every step the servant took place under this direction. When some of the boys had made a mess of trying to apply Vaishnav tilak to their foreheads, Prabhupada patiently guided his finger up his forehead, making a neat, narrow V. He sat before the mound of earth, looking out of his congress. They approved, not much different from any other group of young hippies from the Lower East Side who might have assembled at any number of happenings, spiritual, culture, musical, or whatever. Some were just checking out a new scene. Some were deeply devoted to the Swami, but everyone was curious. He had requested them to chant Hare Krishna mantra softly throughout the ceremony, and the chanting had now become a continual drone, accompanying his mysterious movements as head priest of the Vedic rites. He began by lighting a dozen sticks of incense. Then he performed purification with water. Taking a spoon in his left hand, he put 3 drops of water from a goblet in his right and sipped the water. He repeated the procedure 3 times. The 4th time, he did not sip but flicked the water into the floor behind him. He then passed the spoon and goblet around for the initiates, who tried to copy with what they had seen. When some of them placed the water in the wrong hand or sipped in the wrong way, Swamiji patiently corrected them. Now he said, repeat after me, and he had them repeat one word at a time, a Vedic mantra of purification. Om apavitra pavitra vaha sarvastaham tatvapi vaha yasnuret pundikaksham saha bhai apyantra suchi Sri Vishnu, Sri Vishnu, Sri Vishnu. The initiates tried flatteringly to follow the pronunciations of the words which they had never heard before. Then he gave the translation, unpurified or purified, or even having passed through all situations, one who remembers the lotus eye Supreme Personal Godhead is cleansed within and without. 3 times he repeated the sipping of water, the drones of the Hare Krishna mantra, filling the room as the goblet passed from initiate to initiate and again to him. And 3 times he led the chanting of the mantras, Om Apavitra. Then he raised an hand as the buzzing of the chanting tailed off into silence. He began his lecture. After that lecture, he asked the devotees one by one to hand him their beads, and he began chanting on them. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. The sound of everyone chanting filled the room. After finishing one stand, he would summon the owner of the beads and hold the beads while demonstrating how to chant. Then he would announce the initiate spiritual name, and the disciple would take back the beads, go down to the floor and recite. Namao Vishnupadaya Krishna Pristaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti Namini. I offer my respectful obeisances unto His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, who is very dear to Lord Krishna, having taken shelter at his lotus feet. There were 11 initiates and so 11 sets of beads, and the chanting lasted for over an hour. Prabhupada gave each boy a stand of neck beads, which he said were like dog collars, identifying the devotee as Krishna's dog. And when he received his beads and his name Umapati, he returned to his place beside Howard and said, that was wonderful. Getting your beads is wonderful. In turn, each initiate received the beads and his spiritual name. Howard became Haigriv, Valley became Umapati, Bill became Ravindra Sarup, Karl became Kharlapati, James became Jagannatha, Mike became Mukunda, Jan became Janaki, Roy became Raya, Rama and Cindy became Sriyadasa. Another Stanley, a Brooklyn boy with a job, and Jane, a college student from Montreal, both whom had rather peripheral relation with the Swami, appeared that night and took initiation with the rest, receiving the name Satyavrata and Janardana. Then Swamiji began the fire sacrifice by sprinkling the colored dyes across the mound of earth before him. With fixed attention, his congregation watched each mysterious move as he picked up the twigs and wooden splinters, dipped them into clarified butter, lit them to candle flame, and built a small fire in the center of the mound. He mixed some seeds, barley, and clarified butter in a bowl and passed the mixture around. Each new disciple took a handful of the mixture to offer them into fire. He then began to recite the Sanskrit prayers, asking everyone please to repeat them, each prayer ending with the respective chanting of the word Swaha 3 times. And with Swaha, the initiate would toss some of the sesame barley mixtures into the fire. Swamiji kept pouring butter, piling up wood, and chanting in more prayers until the mound was blazing. The prayers kept coming, and the butter kept pouring, and the fire got larger, and the room got hotter. After 15 or 20 minutes, asked each of the initiates to place a banana in the fire. With 11 bananas heaped on the fire, the flames began to die and the smoke thickened. A few of the initiates got and ran coughing into the other room, and the guests repeated into the halfway. But Swamiji went on pouring the remaining butter and seed into fire. The kind of smoke does not disturb, he said. Other smoke disturb, but this kind of smoke does not. Even though everyone's eyes were watering with irritation, he asked that the windows remained closed. So most of the smoke was contained within the apartment. No neighbors complained. Swami smiled broadly, rose from his seat before the sacrifice fire, the blazing tongue of Vishnu, and began clapping his hands and chanting Hare Krishna. Placing one foot before the other and swaying from side to side, he began to dance before the fire. His disciples joined him in dancing and chanting, and the smoke abated. He had each disciple touch his breast to the feet of Lord Chaitanya in the Pancha Tattva picture on the table, and finally allowed the windows open. As the ceremony was finished and the air in the apartment was clearing, Swamiji began to laugh. There was so much smoke, I thought they might call the fire brigade. Prabhupada was happy. He arranged that prasadam be distributed to all the devotees and guests. The fires, the prayers, the vows, and everyone chanting Hare Krishna had all created an auspicious atmosphere. Things were going forward. Now there were initiated devotees in the Western world. Finally, most of the disciples went home to their apartments, leaving their spiritual master to clean up the initiation ceremony. September 10. The morning after the initiation, Prabhupada sat in his apartment reading from a commentary in the Srimad Bhagavatam. The last Sanskrit volume lay before him on his desk as he read. He wore horn-rimmed glasses which changed his demeanor, making him look extremely scholar. He wore eyeglasses only for reading, and this added to the visual impression that he had now gone into a deep professional meditation. The room was quiet and brilliant. Mid-morning sunlight shone warmly through the window. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Yes, come in. He looked up, removing his glasses. Mike and Jao, Mukunda, and Janki opened the door, peering in. He had asked to see them. Yes, yes, come in. He smiled, and they walked in and closed the door behind them. Two vivacious young Americans. From his expressive eyes, he seemed to be amused. They sat down before him, and Prabhupada playfully addressed them by the new initiated name. So you are living together, but now you have taken serious oaths of initiation. What will you do about it? Well, Mukunda seemed puzzled. Is there any love in Krishna consciousness? Swami nodded, yes. So I am saying that, why don't you get married? They agreed it was a good idea, and Prabhupada immediately scheduled a wedding date for 2 days later. Swamiji sat. He would cook a big feast and hold the marriage ceremony in his apartment. He asked Mukunda and Janaki to invite their relatives. Both Mukunda and Janaki had grown up in Oregon, and the family members found it impossible to travel such a long distance on a short notice. Once Janaki's sister Joan agreed to come. Joan. Little did I know what kind of wedding it would be. All I knew was that they had met a Swami and were talking of Sanskrit from him as well as attending a small storefront temple on 2nd Avenue. When I met the Swami, he was sitting beside the window in his first front room, bathed in sunlight, surrounded by pots of prasadam he was distributing to the devotees who were surrounded around him against the wall. I was a follower of the macrobiotics, not so eager for taking his noonday meal. When I entered the room, the Swami said, "Who is this?" Mukunda said, "This is Janaki's sister Joan. She has come to Oregon to attend the wedding." Swami said, "Where is Oregon?" Mukunda said, "It's 3,000 miles away on the other side of the United States." He asked, "Oh, coming from so far, very nice. When will the other members of the family arrive?" Then I said, "I'm the only one who is coming for the wedding," Swamiji. He said, "Never mind. It is very nice that you have come. Please sit down and take some Krishna Prasadam." He offered me some dal, rather more sabji, yogurt, salad, and chapatis. But because I was a devotee of macrobiotics, all of this prasadam was very unpalatable to me. Practically speaking, it was sticking my throat the whole time. But I remember looking over at the radiant and beautiful person who was so eager for me to take prasadam that he had prepared. So I took it all, but in my mind, I decided this would be the last time I would take the luncheon with these devotees. At any rate, somehow I finished the meal, and Swamiji, who had been looking over at me, said, "You want more? You want more?" And I said, "No, thank you. I am so full. It was very nice, but I can't take any more." Finally, the prasadam was finished. They were all getting up to clean, and Swamiji commented that he wanted to see Mukunda Janaki and myself for making preparation for the wedding the next day. So when we were all there sitting in the room with him, Swami reached away into the corner where there was a big pot with a crystallized sugar syrup sticking to the outside. I thought, okay, this is supposed to be not PSD resistant, but I can't possibly take any more. But he reached his hand into the pot anyway and pulled up a huge round dripping gulab jamun. I said, "Oh no, I'm so full, I cannot take any." And he said, "Oh, take, take." And he made it out my hand and take it. Well, by the time I finished the gulab jam, I convinced that it would be the last time I would ever come there. Then he began explaining how, in the Vedic tradition, the woman's side of the family made lavish arrangements for the wedding. And since I was the only member of family who had come to assist, I should come the next day and help him make the wedding feast. So the next morning at 9, while Janaki was decorating the room for the first fire, sacrificing leaves and flower garlands across the top of the room, I went upstairs to meet Swamiji. When I arrived, he immediately sent me out to shopping with a list, 5 or 6 items purchased. One of those items was not available anywhere in the markets. Although I spoke to so many shopkeepers, when I came back, he asked me, "You have obtained all the items on the list?" All I said, "Well, everything except one." He said, "What is that?" I said, "Well, no one knows what tumor is." He had me wash my hands, set me down in the front room on the floor with a 5 pound bag of flour, a pound of butter, and a pitcher of water. He looked down at me and said, "Can you make a medium soft duff?" I replied, "Do you mean a pastry or peachless shortcut duff, all paste this stuff? What kind of pastry do you want? How old are you?" He said, and I said, "I'm 25. Swamiji, you're 25. He said, "And you can't make a medium soft duff. It is a custom in India that any young girl from the age of 5 years is very experienced in making this duff. But never mind, I'll show you." He very deeply emptied the bag of flour and with his fingerprints cut in the butter until the mixture and the flour, pour in just the right amount of water, and very deftly and expertly kneaded a tray of cooked potatoes, smashed them with his fingers, and began to sprinkle in spices. He showed me how to make and form potato kachoris, which are fried Indian pastries, and spiced potatoes filling. From 11 until 5 that afternoon, I sat in the room making potato kachoris. Meanwhile, in the course of the same afternoon, Swamiji brought in 15 other special vegetarian dishes, each one in a large enough quantity for 40 persons. After he had made them single-heartedly in his small, narrow kitchen. It was rather hot that afternoon and was perspiring. I asked, "Swamiji, may I please have a glass of water?" He peeked his head around the door and said, "Go wash your hands." I indeed did so, and when I returned, Swamiji had a glass of water for me. He explained to me why that while preparing this food for offering the Supreme Lord, one should not think of eating or drinking anything. So after drinking the glass of water, I went in and washed my hands and sat down. At 2 in the afternoon, I said, "Swamiji, may I have a cigarette?" And he peeked his head around the corner and said, "Go wash your hands." So I did, and when he came back, he explained to me the 4 rules of Krishna consciousness. I continued to make the kachoris around 3:30, 4 o'clock. It was actually warm in the room. As Swamiji was bringing in one of his preparation, I was wiping my arm and hand across my forehead. He looked down at me and said, "Please go and wash your hands." And again I did so. And upon returning, he had moistened paper towel for me. He explained that cooking for Krishna required certain standard of cleanliness and purity that was different than the ones I was accustomed to. Although 30 people attended, the decoration was similar to one of the for the initiation a few days before, except that they were more festive, the feasts were more lavish. Swamiji's front room was decorated fine rose and leaves and flowers were strung overhead from one side of the room to the other. Some of the new initiates came there, large red beads around their necks. They had taken vows now 16 rounds a day and they chanted on their beads just as Swamiji had shown them, and they happily, through self-consciously, called one another by their spiritual names. Janaki Swami said, I should wear a sari at my wedding, and he said, it should be made of silk. I asked him what color and he said red. So Mukunda brought me an absolutely elegant sari and some more nice jewelry. The Swamiji's friends were used to seeing Janaki as she always came with Mukunda, but usually she wore no makeup and dressed in very plain clothes. They were astounded and somehow embarrassed to see her enter wearing jewelry, makeup, and a bright red sari. The bride's hair was set up and braided, decorated with an oval silver filigree hair ornament. She wore heavy silver earrings which Mukunda had purchased from an expensive Indian coat shop on Fifth Avenue and silver bracelets. Prabhupada directed Mukunda and Janaki to sit opposite him on the other side of the sacrificial fire area. And just at the initiation, he lit the incense and instructed them in the purification by water, reciting the purification mantra, and then began to speak. He explained about the relationship between man and wife in Krishna consciousness, and how they should serve each other and how they should serve Krishna. Prabhupada then asked Janaki sister to present her formally to Mukunda as his wife. Mukunda then repeated, after Swamiji, accept Janaki as my wife, I shall take charge of her throughout both of our lives. We shall live together peacefully in Krishna consciousness, and there will never be any separation. And then Prabhupada turned to Janaki, will you accept Srimad Mukund Das Brahmacharya, your wife's life's company? Will you serve him always and help him to execute his Krishna consciousness? And then Janaki replied, yes, I accept Mukunda as my husband throughout my life. There shall never be any separation between us, either in happiness or distress. I shall serve him always, and we shall live together peacefully in Krishna consciousness. No one knew anything of what was going on except Swamiji. He led the chanting. He gave the lines for the bride and groom to exchange. He told them where to sit and what to do. He in fact had told them to get married. He had also cooked elaborate feast that was waiting in the kitchen for the completion of the ceremony. Prabhupada asked Mukunda and Janaki to exchange their flower garlands and after that to exchange sitting places. He then asked Mukunda to rub some vermilion down the part of Janaki's hair and then to cover her with the sari. Next came the fire sacrifice and then finally the feast. The special feature of the wedding was a big feast. He turned out to be quite a social success. The guests ate enthusiastically, asked more and raved about the sensual taste. Prabhupada's followers who were accustomed to the simple daily fare of rice, dal, sabji, and chapatis found the feast intoxicating, ate much as they could. Many of Mukunda's friends and macrobiotic followers, and at first they fastidiously avoided all the sweets. But gradually the enthusiasm of all others slowed down the resistance, and they became captivated by the Swami's expert cooking. God, he is a good cook, said Janaki. Ruth, who had missed the first initiation, was seeing the Vedic fire sacrifice in the street, sitting the Swami's coach the first time. He resolved on the spot to dedicate himself to Krishna consciousness and became one of the Swami's disciples as soon as possible. Almost all the visitors personally approached Swami to thank him and congratulate him. He was so happy that it was all of Krishna's were saying Krishna's grace. After the ceremony, Mukunda and his wife entertained many of the devotees and guests in their apartments. The evening had put everyone in high spirits, and Haigreve was reciting poetry. Then someone turned on the television to catch the scheduled interview with Allen Ginsberg, the poet, and much to everyone's happiness. Allen began playing harmonium and chanting Hare Krishna. He even said there was Swamiji on the Lower East Side who was teaching this mantra yoga. Krishna consciousness was new and unheard of yet. Now the devotees were seeing a famous celebrity performing kirtana on television. The whole evening seemed auspicious. Back at his apartment, Prabhupada, along with a few helpers, cleaned up the ceremony. He was satisfied. He wanted some of the major elements of his Krishna consciousness. He had initiated disciples. He married them. He had feasted the public with Krishna Prasadam. If I had the means, he told his followers, I could hold a major festival like this every day. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Chapter 20, Stay High Forever. While this was going on, an old man 1 year past his allotted 310 wandered into New York's East Village and set about to prove the world that he knew where God could be found. In only 3 months, the man Swami A.C. Bhagavad succeeded in convincing the world's toughest audience, Bohemians, acid heads, potheads, and hippies, and he knew the way to God: turn off, sing out, and fall in. This new brand of holy man, with all due deference to Dr. Larry, has come forth with a brand of consciousness expansion that's sweeter than acid, cheaper than pot, and non-bustable by face. How all this is possible? To Krishna, the Swami says, from the East Village, other October 1966. Prabhupada's health was good that summer and fall, or so it seemed. He worked long and hard. And except for 4 hours of rest at night, he was always active. He would speak intensively on and never tiring, and his voice was strong. His smiles were strong and charming, his singing voice loud and melodious. During Kirtana, he would thump Bengali mridanga with him on his bongo drum, sometimes for an hour. He ate heartily of rice, dal, chapatis, and vegetable geese. His face was with and his belly protuberant. Sometimes in a light mood, he would drum his 2 fingers on his belly and say that the resonance affirmed his good health. His golden color had the radiance of youth and well-being pursued by 70 years of healthy, non-destructive habits. When he smiled, virality and vitality came on so strong as to embrace a faded, dissolute New York. In many ways, he was not at all like an old man, and his new followers completely accept his active youthfulness as part of the wonder of Swamiji. Yes, they had to come to accept the wonder of the chanting and the wonder of Krishna. Swamiji wasn't an ordinary man. He was spiritual. He could do anything. None of his followers dared advise him to slow down. Nor did it ever really occur to them that he needed such protection. They were busy just trying to keep up with him. During the 2 months, 26th Avenue, he had achieved what had formerly been only a dream. Now he now had a temple, a duly registered society, full freedom to preach, and a band of initiated disciples. When a god brother had written asking him how he would manage a temple in New York, Prabhupada said he would need men from India, but that he might find an American or two who could help. It had been last winter. Now Krishna put in a different situation. He had received no help from his god brothers, no big donations from Indian business magnates, and no assistance from the Indian government. But he was finding success in a different way. These were happy days, he said. He struggled alone for years, but that Krishna sent me money, men and money. Yes, these were happy days for Prabhupada, but this happiness was not like the happiness of an old man's sunset years as he fades into the dim comforts of retirement. His was the happiness of youth, a time of blossoming, a new power of time when future hopes expand without limit. He was 71 years old, but in ambition, he had a courageous youth. He was like a young giant just beginning to grow. He was happy because his preaching was taking hold. Just as Lord Chaitanya had been happy when he had traveled around to South India, spreading the chanting of Hare Krishna, Prabhupada's happiness was that of a selfless servant of Krishna, to whom Krishna was sending candidates for devotional life. He was happy to place the seed of devotion within their hearts and to train them in chanting Hare Krishna, hearing about Krishna, and working to spread Krishna consciousness. Prabhupada continued to accelerate. After the first initiation, then the first marriage, he was eager for the next step. He was pleased by what he had, but he wanted to do more. It was the greed of the Vaishnava, not to greed to have sense gratification, but to take more and more of Krishna. He would go in like a needle and come out like a plow. That is to say, from a small, seemingly insignificant beginning, would expand his movement to tremendous proportion. At least that was his desire. He was not content with his newfound success and security at 22nd Avenue, but he was yearning to increase income as far as possible. This had always been his vision, and he written it into this charter to achieve real unity and peace in the world within the members and humanity at large. Swamiji gathered his group together. He knew that when they tried it, they would love it, but it only happened if he personally went with them. Washington Square Park was only half a mile away, maybe a little more. Ravinder Sarup. He never made a secret what he was doing. He used to say, if I want everybody to know what we were doing, then one day came, he said, we are going to chant to Washington Square Park. Everybody was scared. You just don't go into a park and chant. It's like a weird thing to do. But Yeshua was saying, you won't be afraid when you start chanting, Krishna will help you. And so we touched down to Washington Square Park. But he was very upset about it. Until that time, we weren't exposing ourselves. I was upset about it. And I know that several other people were to be making a public figure of yourself. While Prabhupada leading, they set out on that fair Sunday morning, walking the city blocks from Second Avenue to Washington Square in the heart of Greenwich Village. And the way he looked just by walking created a sensation. None of the boys had shaven heads or rose, but because of Swamiji, with his saffron robes, his white pointy shoe, and his shaved head held high, people were astonished. It wasn't like when he would go out alone. That brought nothing more than an occasional second glance. But today, with a group of young men hurrying to keep up with him as he headed toward the city streets, obviously about to do something, he crossed the stage. Tough guys and kids called out names, and others laughed and made sounds. A year ago in Butler, the Agrawals had been sure that Prabhupada had not come to America for followers. He did not want to make any waves, Sally had thought, but now he was making waves, walking to the New York City streets, headed for the first public chanting in America, followed by his first disciples. In the park, there were hundreds of people milling about, stylish, dissonant Greenwich villagers, visitors from other boroughs, tourists from other states and other lands, an amalgam of faces, nationalities, ages, and interests. As usual, some was playing his guitar by the fountain boys, and girls were sitting together and kissing. Some were throwing frisbees, some were playing drums or flutes, other instruments, and some were walking their dogs, talking, watching everything wandering around. It was a typical day in the village. Prabhupada went to a patch of lawn, but discovered a small sign that read, "Keep off the grass." Many people were laughing. He sat down, and one of his followers sat beside him. He took out his brass hand symbol and saying the mantra, and his disciple responded. Awkwardly at first, then stronger. It wasn't as bad as they had thought it would be. Jagannatha. It was a marvelous thing, a marvelous experience that Swami brought upon me because it opened me a grand deal. I overcome a certain shyness the first time to chant out in the middle of everything. A curious crowd gathered to watch, though no one joined in. Within a few minutes, two policemen moved in to the crowd. Who is in charge? An officer asked roughly. The boys looked toward Prabhupada. Didn't you see the sign? The officer asked. Swami followed his brow and turned his eye toward the sign. He got up and walked up to the uncomfortably warm pavement and sat down again, and his followers straggled up to sit around him. Prabhupada continued the chanting for half an hour, and the crowd stood listening. A guru in America had never gone to the streets before singing the names of God. After Kirtana, he asked for a copy of the Srimad Bhagavatam and heavily read aloud from the preface. Just this. Yeah. With the clear article I have read, disparity in the human society is due to the basic principle of a godless civilization. There is God, the Almighty One, from whom everything emanates, by whom everything is maintained, and whom everything is merged to rest. The crowd was still. Afterward, the Swami and his followers back to the store food, feeling elated and victorious. They had broken the American silence. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna. Prabhupada, Lilamrta ki jai. Oh, thank you. Dhanyavad. Dhanyavad.